lose it.
Common mix-up. Halifax low with an H.
So, you wanted to do something quick and dirty? I will follow you and judge.
Well, we can't really get the
And a voice I haven't heard in a while.
Yep.
Hey, Dusk.
Hello. I think I've told you about my former life, about how I used to be an assassin.
Mm-hmm. Seem those same people?
Kind of, sort of. So, kind of best way to think about it is, where I'm from, you have your normal guards. They do the normal shit of, you know, you steal, kill, etc., etc. You have the Scarlet Order. They deal with magical regulation, rules, making sure people stay in line with as far as magic is concerned. A lot of out-of-control mages really devastated our world, so they were kind of formed to make sure it doesn't happen again. So basically, you don't have the same level of magic, but they enforce what magic is allowed. And then off in the shadows that no one knows about is my little family that I used to be a part of. Which doesn't just enforce it, they actually go out and kill anyone that tries to do any kind of magical research, extensive, trying to uncover what was lost in the past and things like that.
Basically a shadow order. I got you.
Yeah. So, when I was kidnapped, I was dropped off with the Scarlet Order, which are kind of the magical police. And that was intentional. They wanted me to make me sweat, because guess what? Between the Daedra corruption and my death affinity and the fact that one of the only completely, laws, the only magic that is completely forbidden and is punishable by death is necromancy.
Crud. So yeah,
basically,
it does have
throwing me into the Scarlet Order, wanting me to sweat a bit, and then they would come in and they would try to convince me. If they can't, they would basically brainwash me into coming back into the Assassin's Guild. So.
Oh boy. Well, glad that didn't happen, and I at least heard a little bit from Crucible, because I believe he went, that things went very diplomatically instead of having to fight your way out.
The Scarlet Order is a very knightly guard, so they aren't without being able to compromise and be able to talk to.
Yeah.
They even healed me up when I was dropped on their doorstep, so.
And
but we now have a deal with them, so.
Good. Very good. And what will happen to Mahoney?
He is currently in the jail cell in Redwood. And my guess is he'll be thrown into Revel's End.
Really? Yeah.
Well, he kidnapped me.
Yeah, fair enough. Damn. Oh well. I'll have to find another merchant to go to then. But first and foremost, I'm glad you're safe. A lot of people were worried.
I'm glad that things went well too, because if the guard went in storming, it would have been a huge mess considering they were going into a fort. So I'm glad that they were reasonable and they actually talked it out like they should have, and they did.
How did Crucible do? I'm curious. Did he get a chance to speak at all, or was he just... You tell me.
I'm not sure. I was in the jail cell most of the time, and I haven't read the reports yet, so...
Understood. Well, I'll take him at his word for now that he just didn't speak a lot, but he was more so there as a force towards diplomacy.
What I have read so far is that Flesher apparently came in as a cat, didn't realize that they're the magic police and would kind of detect it and dispel it, and then ended up pissing them off for trying to trick them.
Yeah.
Wasn't even pissed that he's a dragon, was just more pissed that he was...
It's like, you're hiding yourself, good sir.
Yeah.
Stop that. No,
Yeah.
I get it. Well, I mean, what's that old saying? Fuck around and find out.
Mm-hmm.
But, well, I have a feeling he gives a little bit of an air of a more, either a younger dragon or inexperienced with the moral worlds.
Isn't it weird that we find one but not the other, and then when we find the other, we can't find the one, you know?
But regardless, now back to our regularly scheduled chaos of Aether and everything else.
Yep.
Out of curiosity, has any word come about for what's going to be going on with the mayor? After what I told you?
Nothing yet.
Why do I get the feeling it's just going to be swept under the rug and nothing's really going to happen of it?
I mean, possibly, but also... Honestly,
Yeah,
there's going to be I figure there's going to probably be more that might happen with that tomorrow after... Kai is calling it his last mission, so...
His last mission?
He's apparently retiring.
Oh boy.
Any of this look familiar to you?
So
Well,
I
I
imagine
mean,
there's probably something that may happen with that.
I get the feeling you're getting your promotion.
Maybe to a captain.
Captain
Some
Trish.
people have been saying that I'm going to be commander, and I think that's a lie. I don't think I'm going to get promoted that high. I don't think I'm going to
Regardless.
get double promoted.
Yeah, you never know. It has been in historical records where people have just gone straight up the chain due to events happening.
I don't want to think about it. I'm sure it's not going to happen that way.
Regardless, I think you'll be fine. And plus, also, you are one of the more respected people that I see within the Red Wall Guard. So, because
Kai often puts it first with confidence.
yeah. God, isn't that kind of the curse for most people, like, for positions like us? I just put on a good show, and I guess everybody... Up the chain I went. Get my wife's back. Wife got a new pretty dress and a crown and everything, and God, she looks gorgeous.
So I guess she's queen?
Indeedly so. Actually, have you two had a chance to meet?
Well, I met her a couple of times.
Fair enough. Well, regardless. To those that, well... To those that are tasked with responsibilities, because we're the best ones for the job, not because we want it.
Yep.
Dust, did you need me for anything, or were you just here for company?
I was just wandering around. I heard you were having a conversation, so I just sat down, that's all.
It's completely fair. I just want to make sure that, well, feel like I haven't seen my wife in a while, so I'm just going to be by her side for a bit. I wish you both have a good rest of your day, and if not, hopefully I'll see you guys back at the Glass City. Ciao for now.
Of course.
Oh, gods,
No. Lesser likely, lesser confident about money.
Understood. Congratulations, I think. Not many people can achieve that.
Lesser very confident, so lesser love self. Self-love.
That's fantastic to hear. Enjoy your day, mister. Thank you.
You want to sit and talk about
You gotta learn more about what the fuck is. Thirdly is on map. Can you message me?
I swear this is Seamus's familiar. Wouldn't surprise me if it was.
Fucking hell, make God damn it.
Oh, hello.
Your fucking group. I swear to God.
What?
I didn't know you were part of the KKK.
What?
Your thing says Kool-Aid Community Club.
That's not the K. That's not the KKK.
Look at it.
It's the KAKK. Anyway, back in character cards up, damn it.
Hey, Dusk, dealing with a patient here real fast. I brought an expert.
How they well, I hope they're safe.
There's no such thing as experts.
I know. It took me a long time.
That is true.
The closest we have,
Just
because the
people
resident
with
healer
lots of
who's
knowledge.
responsible for this is not currently in.
Thank you.
Alright. Let me shut this door. Unless you got it.
Have these been...
Alright, follow me.
Mention of more things now.
God.
Something about being pushed, falling, and it is their turn. I'm just questioning if this is curse of some kind.
Next, would you brief the expert on the situation?
You ever heard of something called the Leviathans?
Yes, I'm very familiar. They are one of the biggest monsters that live within the species.
Oh.
In simple terms. In more complex terms, they are effectively dragons of the sea.
Good to see you again.
Yes. I believe they've been afflicted with a level of a curse from one. They seem to be drawn, though I've also heard something about Leviathan killers? Some sort of creature that comes around?
Are you familiar with Dragon Slayer?
I suppose. So, I would take it they're similar, though. From what I know, these Leviathan killers are just as bad as the Leviathans.
Well, some are simply just Leviathan hunters. I believe I once heard someone refer to Leviathan hunter as a Leviathan.
Dusk, how long have you been with the Healers Guild?
Leviathan.
Several months. Hard to count, lost track, been busy. Also, time moves differently when you're in the Feywilds.
They've depicted what I think is a Leviathan killer.
Okay, I'm gonna fast forward past the Feywild stuff. I don't want to think about that right now. That one, Emily. I know that she's in the Healers Guild roster, but I've never really heard much about her, other than her entry in the patient records on her
Very
version.
incompetent.
I can't find her medicine, though.
Valuable stuff. I'm sorry you put
I don't even know what medicine she takes, but she is not a skilled healer at all.
Why is she in the guild, then?
Someone allowed her in. I think it was probably either Nephesis or Reese that allowed them in.
Well, it's fine.
We need to elect a more competent head of the roster.
Or at least have healers go through a certain criteria before they even get hired on.
If you have anything to take a look with,
Well, that's one thing at a time. The other thing I gotta worry about right now is, what do we do?
Crucible, so that way you can.
With what? What is the
You've
question?
known her for a while, haven't you?
Yes.
Well, has this happened to her before?
several times.
I believe it's on them, though. I don't
What do you do when that happens? Do you just leave her to it?
Yep.
Just. How long does it take to pass?
Her own stupidity causes this.
Information on.
How?
I don't know. She's just stupid. That's all.
There was one with a bunch of
I figured that. She nearly died earlier this morning.
She's died more than.
What? Sure, take like 14.
She's died more times in Aether than she does outside of Aether.
Weird ass
Does
curse
dying
here.
repeatedly in Aether?
Well, you can't actually die. I mean, she gets close to dying.
Yeah,
Yes.
I know what you mean.
Yeah, no. Yeah, but technically speaking, you can't die here.
You can't die. No,
on
you
this
cannot
island.
die here. No, but she gets
But then
close.
when you do quote unquote die, you do like a weird like.
You can't even die at all in Aether. No, you can't even get to that point.
It's a
Tell that
curse.
to the
Archmage
moose.
Califax put it on the island.
I literally killed the moose and it spawned in Redwall.
So,
Did you kill the moose in
because I
Redwall?
had a discussion with Califax.
No, I just let someone else deal with it.
The magic here is to a certain extent selective. And I know that because I've spoken to Califax about it, but do keep it on the DL because I don't want to cause panic. I need to figure out how that works, and that is lower on the agenda right now compared to some more pressing matters. If that patient, if they get better after time, I think the best course of action might just be to distract her for a bit.
Yeah, that's normally how it goes with her.
Alcohol.
Yeah.
Alright. Let's get her something to drink then. Thank you for the assistance.
Plus, we have no knowledge of Leviathan, so.
Yet the only one who does is over there, and they're taking a look, but if they can't deal with it, then...
One thing big I know about are the giant spiders in Feydark.
I didn't exactly have.
Oh, don't worry. They're quite. Some of them can be quite friendly.
Maybe.
And also spider crab meat, very delicious.
Smelly wizard man who said he knew everything.
No, that's fine. We won't be needing their assistance.
Probably for the best.
Whether it is physical or something else, not much more can be said for
I just saw.
Biological has been
That's fine.
medicine by Dr. Torfus. So if it happens, give
I
some.
looked for it. I
Do you
can't
know
find it.
who the
I looked all
cloak
over this medicine.
guy with the bird mask is?
Out of character. Wait,
No.
come back.
Wait, oh, coming back.
She handed it to you. You were standing there.
What?
Keep the pose.
Smile.
Lazuli, it's in your fucking hand. How did you forget about
Keep the pose going.
Rip.
The only other person
I have
I
an
know
idea.
that
What
had
if this is
that
it? She
kind of
handed this
balance.
to me earlier. I didn't know what it was for. Hey,
Well,
hey, come on now. Come on now. Come on. Does it look good to you?
and I'll give it.
Yeah? Here,
Do I need
here's
to
some
roll
water.
for this, Emily?
Drink.
Alright, I presume with advantage since it was made by Doctor.
Yes.
No?
Hi.
What?
I saw you through.
12.
Yeah, I believe
Yeah.
her name is Lazuli. She said she needed to sleep with me.
Treating a patient. I'll be right with
Lazuli,
you.
don't.
Give
We're
the
dealing with a
medicine.
patient.
Well, here,
Uh,
if you
uh,
want to come in, you
that's-
can allow them in.
Would you like to sit
Yes,
in the
okay,
waiting
wonderful.
room?
We're handling this one.
Come, come.
Oh, it's you.
Oh, I know her. Let her in. Let her in.
Plenty of beds.
If
You
you
may
may
come in.
in here, so I'm going to step out for a
How's your
bit.
day been?
Okay, wonderful.
Oh,
Okay.
someone get
Yeah, I saw you
Actually,
down here.
Very
this
much.
is incredibly awkward because I need to run to the tavern to get an ingredient, and to the agricultural guild, but I think mainly the tavern,
No,
so
we definitely lost that look.
I'm looking for lard.
Alright, how many fingers am I holding up?
Like,
I swear I can explain. It's weird to me too.
Oh my god, she's down for the upteenth time!
Well, that will do. Wait, will it? That would be. So, alright. My understanding of troll fat is that in addition to being a substrate to which factor can be absorbed, it's also bears a factor of its own regeneration. Right?
I believe it's some
And
sort
the
of
problem with
curse if I
that
had
is
to
in the
take a
process
while,
of
I
going
guess, here.
I need to make
Would
a very
explain why
specific
looking
sleep
inside
potion,
their heads
right?
or anything
It is a
apparently
part of
resulted in
a.
injury or
I probably don't want to mix regeneration.
That's the kind of stuff only.
That's what I was thinking, right? Which it's good to know
What?
that that's on the table.
Again?
You know what? If you can help me through this motion,
I'm heard earlier, but as mentioned, this has happened to Emily several times before.
And
Mhm.
I just need the tonic.
And all it does is just wait a bit, and then she's all better
I'm gonna
again.
go run and grab what I need.
I shall.
How common is this?
Very common. That happens at least once every day.
Alright, here.
That is just dangerous. Would that not mean they are more negligent then instead of stupid?
How about yes? All of the above, yeah. It's hard to treat. It's hard to treat stupid. Because the moment she starts talking or interacting with anyone, everyone just ignores her because of how stupid she sounds. So yes, it probably leads to like no one heals her because you don't know how to even approach her in the first place.
Well, that little either or, get some rest.
I'm starting to pity them now. Thank you for this information.
That damp towel over your head. Like, sort of headache.
Ram will be on way. Thank you.
Knock knock.
It can alleviate a headache.
Yep.
Excuse me.
Oh, sorry.
Need any assistance?
I'm looking for Emily. I was told to
On the bed.
I just had an experience, to say the least. Joel, when he looked at me, I lost all of my sight. All I could see was his eyes.
We're okay.
I was
think
told
right now.
ocean shit, and
Here's an
then
idea.
they ran away.
We could do this in the Healer's Guild, but there
that
is
so?
an alchemy guild on this island.
I don't
I
understand.
haven't seen the person who runs it in a long time, and when I showed up this morning,
Wait, what?
No, I did not.
Where are you?
material. If you want to use the instrumentation there, we might have to spend it.
I saw an individual that's in a black fur with two different
Alright, I'll just keep you out of harm's way.
Even if it was one,
I'm just worried
I
about
don't
me.
know.
Follow
That's the thing. I'm looking for answers, and I was told you might have some. So.
I'm also gonna DM the DM.
His cheeks.
Okay. Oh.
Sorry.
Also coming
I don't
in
have that
sorry.
big of boobs. Keep an eye on her. I'm not done yet.
Of course.
We have the Healers Guild here. The Healers Guild will fix you up for free if anything occurs. They should have construct-based healers like Steam. If you ever can't get help there, go there. Come here first. They should do it for free. We have the library.
Dust.
Hello. So,
Wait up, sorry. One moment. Grab or something.
what are you doing in Doctor's house?
Getting the book assets in there because I need
Oh,
the thing I'm about to do.
Yeah, she crashed. Your chat's being a weird butt today.
What the fuck is VR chat?
Your chat's been having problems.
What the fuck is VR chat?
Sorry, I mean the Aether connections have been very
Thank
fluxy
you.
today.
Thank you.
Anywho's, how you holding up?
Besides dealing with whatever is still afflicting Emily at this point, I have no idea still.
Fair enough.
Like I said, you can't treat
Same old,
stupid.
I guess.
Stupid is untreatable.
Fair enough. Her death works, but I don't think we want to give that treatment.
She's come closer to... I've said it multiple times. She's come closer to dying here in Aether than she does outside of Aether.
That's saying something. Ooh. Okay, I saw that. Who's on the roof? Oh, bloody hell.
Yeah, no, I'm cheesy.
Safer than you know.
Yeah, I gave her the ring that
I would be actually afraid for whatever entity would try to leech from the crystal without.
I'll be doing things on my own way.
Nice looking ring. Something. Either that or they did it inside.
Yeah, it's a little stuffed up here. Sorry.
Inside.
Yeah,
No, wait. I can see somebody there.
Don't let me find you at that, or else I'll cut off your head like I do with the other
Let's see. So they're a bit different. I'm not sure you've seen Lady Kelly's.
Can be restricted zoology, but is mainly dedicated to healers. These are the kinds of people who are producing things like chimeras and other kinds of horrible mutations. Again, they call it healing alchemy, but it's nothing like that.
Coming in.
Okay, come in.
Oh, hi.
All right.
Thanks.
I guess the whole party's here. So those are the 5 schools of alchemy.
What
On
are
the
you
topic
doing
of
here?
botany and cryptozoology. Making a
Borrowing
potion.
equipment.
We
We're just
have
borrowing the equipment, don't worry.
stuff at the guild for that as well.
Yeah, we do, but
True.
this is...
We
This
have a
place has
patient
more.
waiting on us. Let's
Yes,
handle the list.
and we're not allowed to touch it unless you're actually part of the alchemy guild, or Norn is gonna have your head.
Norn's not here right now, and
Norn
this is
has a lot
important.
of ways of finding out. Did you not notice the runic circles in the walls?
Leslie, you
Yeah.
fucked up.
We could deal with this.
You know how many times buildings
what do
get...
you mean we have a
You know how... if you tamper with it, it's gonna get worse for you.
Are you scrubbing them off?
I don't
You know
what
how
you're-
many times places have been broken into? Yeah.
The door was sitting open, okay? I just figured it was
I'm
fine to
sure
walk
somebody of the alchemy guild used it then.
Hi,
Well,
Ren.
I'm just going to, because people keep dragging me into crime.
I would suggest you leave now before you get even farther in trouble.
Good.
Healer's business.
Yes, we have alchemy supplies at the Healers Guild where we can use them.
Thank you for the warning about the runes. I need to prepare a speech for Norn. Oh, goodness.
Prepare an apology. Sounds more sincere.
Alright. Here, come this way. Okay, so here's the problem, is I'm not sorry. This is a really...
If you're asking for specific supplies, you can also ask.
They're never around.
This is true.
They're not here. It's difficult.
Hi, I'm here. Hello. I can also provide you
Join
with
the
lots
guild!
of, I can provide you with lots of alchemist product. Do you want it or not?
Hi, it's an honor to make your acquaintance. My name is Dr. Lashley Clive, your best healer this side of the coin. It's an honor and a pleasure, and I would love to.
Do not bow to me like I'm royalty. I hate that.
Understood. My name is Dr. Lashley Flappy. It would be an honor and a pleasure to work.
What do you want? What are you trying to do?
I'm mainly looking for. I am making a sleep potion. It's for a lesson that I'm doing. It is my quote-unquote homework,
potent do you want
and
it
I
to
am
be?
doing it because I need it to be a potent and it's a tonic, and I have all of the materials to make the potion. I am just worried that if
How big is
something
the
goes
patient?
wrong, I will not be able to rectify it. I don't know.
Okay. Do you want to make a guess? Are they a human-sized? Are they dwarf-sized? Are they giantess?
I think they're coming from a place called a Revel's End. I don't know what kind of prisoners they keep there, and it's not really any of my
everything and
business.
above. I know one of my kin is currently locked up there.
Fucking cops. Look, I need to be able to apply this in a sedative and a scalpel so that I can pass this lesson. And we're going to be testing it on one of the patients that is going to be supplied from Revel's End. I am doing this because I need to continue my lessons because he promised that he would teach me about virophages.
Fester.
And that is something that we need to cure. Yes, Fester, Dr. Fester. Look, I know it sounds bad, but if anybody knows
sounds
how to
very
cure polio, it's him, because he's the expert in disease. And it sucks, and he's horrifying, but if it's what it takes, I'm going to do it, okay? That's why this potion is so important. Never mind the business with some of the other patients who I can't even talk about, who have all kinds of the most fucked up maladies I've ever seen. I can't even begin to describe what's going on there. I don't got a better shot. This is my path forward. I know the danger that I'm in, and it's a risk that I'm willing to take, and I guarantee you I'm doing everything in my power to distract him while he is on this island from all of you. I know it sounds bad. What do you want me to do? Just sit here and let everyone die?
No, that's not what you should be doing. As a healer, it's your job to keep everyone alive no matter what you can do. Though, this testing that Fester does is quite the opposite, when he in fact inflicts Rift with a plague of extreme healing magic. I don't even know what I'm saying. Sometimes Fester's a fucking prick and a half.
He's a problem, and unfortunately he's the only competent person that can actually deal with this kind of things, because most of the issues that my friends are afflicted with, I'm pretty sure half of them are his inventions. Me and Doctor are not on the best of terms. I am furious at him for a number of the decisions that he's made over the course of the last week, particularly in respect to Dr. Fester. In fact, it is something I see a lot with the people who live hundreds of years, right? They all have this certain propensity towards not really respecting the shorter lifespans of people like me, us poor, fragile little humans. And I cannot get through to his thick soul that we do not have the time to waste on silly little Archmage challenges where we put the risk of some horrible fucking disease like that being released into all of the surrounding realms, surely finding its way back to us. Believe me, it was better with one patient than none at all, but it would have been great in an ounce of prevention, because we could have not dealt with this situation in the first place if he wasn't so committed to that dick measuring contest. So no, I don't exactly trust his expertise.
Satisfied?
Rosalie. I need the disease testing kit that we got from.
Oh, let's go.
It should be in the guild.
Yes.
We can talk about this later. You'll see that she
You're the
pulls it
last
out of her
person.
bag. It is missing from the guild.
I do not leave it in the guild where it should be.
I needed to
Because
bring it to a
nobody uses
patient
it
who could not make
but
it to the
her.
guild.
Assume you'll be around, so I'll find you in a
What you
minute.
hope to gain from it? It's a Leviathan.
Just need to manage a couple of things first, and then I'll get over to you. Bloody hell, I'm busy as always, I guess.
One second, I'll be right in. I just need to mark the door.
I have passed out. I have their blood
Oh.
in this.
Leave the door closed for just a second while I spray it.
Are you putting water on them?
There we go. Alright, everyone come inside.
Yes, please give me the disease. Well, I have the blood sample here.
Alright.
We should take
Alright,
a look.
help me learn
Jesus
how to work this
Christ.
stuff.
As you do that,
Yes. He's going to put the
Alright,
petri dish.
I'm
I've seen some
going
of
to
these before.
probably say it again.
I've been staring at this thing. Ah, shit. This means we won't be able to use it on you until tomorrow.
Emphasis. Can we please start?
And there's
Yes.
another patient.
Can we
who I
clear
really
the room of like healers and or those that are affected by a certain disease now, so it doesn't get crowded?
A certain disease.
Oh, well, you're talking about disease testing kit, and I see a lot of people that are probably not healers in here.
Well, either or, we could use some muscle. You know, after what happened with the rift, we can never know if a patient's gonna go completely crazy, so it's good to at least have one person.
Yes,
this
and yet
person's
we are
healer as
all
well.
fighters
They
in
are
our own way. We all have.
DM.
Trust me, we may be fighters, but if we don't have experience...
Yes, but I like people to stay out of the way when we're trying to work. That's the thing.
Don't understand. One thing I don't
Alright, and who? Thirdly,
they
God.
found the alligator by the beach.
What?
We are...
Yes, she's here. What do you need?
To take an
Once a day, identify the secret.
Spare mana potion? An honor mana?
So, what do you see?
I think I'm not using this right. I don't know.
Thank you.
None of the test strips
Here,
are showing anything.
Let me take a look.
I don't know what kind of fever dream I just had, but definitely not a pleasant one. Oh,
Okay, everyone, masks off. It's not a biological disease. We're fine. Though what is happening with them could be a curse.
Oh, we love our curses.
I think you did that in reverse.
here. Thank you.
I'm ready.
by the way.
I'm leaving the mask on. I don't trust it.
Either or.
Hey, it's gonna
I
do
need
it
to
just in
take a
case.
look. So a bit.
Hey, you gotta admit, I look good with this thing on.
Oh, it was you looked
You
fine.
do. It's very stylish.
Let's see. Are you
Did we
carrying
just
any
waste
new
it?
items on
I
you?
have to
Something
wait
that
until
could
tomorrow
be
to-
cursed.
Just
God,
the
I have to
ring
clean
found
all of
from
this now,
Emily,
too.
But it seems it's a normal ring.
I mean, you're not
Set it
alone
down
in
on
that,
the
you
bed
know.
and take a look at it.
I hope it was worth it.
Nexus is gonna use
There are a lot of patients who really need that kit right now, and it is frustrating how many people need it because
he's so
it's
busy.
difficult to triage.
I think he
Didn't
said
Fester
in
give
my
us
brain
like
he'll be
multiple
right back.
kits of the same
I
thing?
see. Well, let's just say
There's
that
just one.
These
I checked
special
with them.
presents.
it's going to take a while.
Oh, well.
Oh.
Busy. What do you need?
Shouldn't tell them.
As much as saying if we need additional assistance.
No, we're good.
I will be
Then
back. I
make
have
sure
to grab
to
something
re-up
from
on that.
Redwall.
Where-
Totally.
Where are your notes, by the way? You,
Right.
So much for me.
Because you sent me like a message of where your notes were.
Understood.
Well, they should be back. They're in a solid
see the
state
parchment.
Oh, okay.
now, though we do have a bit more of them.
I'll make sure to read up on that when I get the chance.
On their condition, or at least
Alright,
their mental state right now.
now let's finish cleaning this. I need to get it
There's
drying and
something
start
going on that
sterilization
I'll need to make
soon.
notes of.
Speaking of,
Psychiatric notes, we'll say.
What is your name? I don't see your name in the records.
their name is Lead. They're a healer.
All
They're working
right.
with me.
I've seen like
We haven't done that yet. I was hired like a few months back.
A few days back. Time
You
passes
forgot
weird
to
here.
sign your name. Got it. But you
Yeah, nobody told
classify
me that I
your
needed to do
classification
that.
as a healer, correct?
Yes, I do know medical.
I'm
have
saying,
healing
are you?
magic.
You are a healer class. You are not a fighter, ranger, or a mage. That is what I'm asking.
You're gonna see Sylvia makes the cloth colder just by holding it. Here you go. Thank you.
Actually, are you still in the call with Thirdly?
I do know more about fighting than healing, which is why I'm Les's
Say, ask if
assistant.
the condition
Are you a fighter or a healer? That's what I'm getting at.
person anymore.
I don't see
I'm a fighter?
Regardless, I can attest for
But
their
I know-
continued and exceptional service in this guild,
Yeah, I
outperforming
can-
many of the
I
people
can-
who
I-
are healers.
I can agree with that, but still.
Your hair has turned yellow.
Unless we get some more competent healers in, we can't afford to be picky. And somebody here actually cares about helping people.
What did you
So whether we want them here or not, I want them here. And they will be here.
This isn't about that.
I'm not a competent healer, but I have knowledge of it.
We've been learning side by side.
That too.
Guess you could take a look at
You've
it.
helped me a number of times, I suppose.
Yeah. I had a few years to learn.
Since it was a human,
You'd be surprised.
So I was worried that the disease spread.
And we need to discuss those elections at a certain point too, because there are
Doctor
some
has
people
already put the
not pointing
scroll
out
up.
any of those names. That would be disastrous if we hadn't. I'm trying to convince
Yes.
Lady Ava to run, but I don't think she wants to. That's the problem, and I don't know what
Just,
we're doing.
you could just write her name
It's just
in.
moving faster now.
It's not unheard of.
If she doesn't want the position, she won't take it, and then our votes will be wasted. That's what I'm afraid of.
Well, I care in both an out of character and an in character sense because he everyone thinks he's a fighter, but he classified himself as a healer.
Take care of that after we deal with the current
Potentially
issue.
accidentally.
It's okay.
Hello.
Don't worry, mine's not pressing.
What's the plague this time? Why is there an X on the door?
Lastly, forgot to remove it. It's not the plague.
Yes, it's no plague this
Oh, yeah,
time.
I'm
We
gonna get
just
that.
used the disease testing
You are
kit.
important.
You don't need a
God, there's more people coming in.
Yes,
Oh,
more
God.
healers coming in. Yes.
Well, I work here, so
Yes.
Is there a particularly bad situation?
How good a vet?
Besides getting
We are
crowded.
sure.
Besides getting crowded in here, no.
That's why I wanted to use the alchemy
It's not my
building.
area of
Alchemy
expertise.
building
but I know
is
a thing or
smaller
two
than
about
this
it, so
building.
why? What's
Cooks
up?
in the kitchen, I understand.
Yeah,
You
but
can
it
help me
doesn't
out
have
with this
healing going
ring
on
we
at the same
found.
time.
Just waiting for God to get back.
I would also like to help. As I said, being an alchemist, my field does tap a bit more into the whole concept of curses and hexes.
You're an alchemist.
You're a healer.
Yes, that will
That
work.
I am, yes.
You're-
Or
I could use a
specifically,
really
For me, because I'm a blood mage, my expertise tends to lie specifically in like blood hexes or
Are you
like
familiar with
generational
cryptozoology?
hexes and curses. Like
if there's any peculiar magic.
I want to see a character application like that.
Seems right now we're playing it.
I'm specifically trying to render a bunch of material at just trying to maximize the amount that I can get saturated
out of
into it
character, these
before the
classes detect
before the
affinities,
reaction.
both your affinities, and if
I've
you
done
have any
everything I can
affinities
to prepare
like
that. However,
on
an
your
experienced
own
alchemist, I'm sure would do
as well.
a better job with mechanical process than I. And I also don't really understand what I'm doing. I'm learning as much as I can.
Aside from that, I have no clue.
I would, as soon as that situation is resolved, I could get to work. But I was told that there was an urgent medical thing, and that was more important in the meeting.
Also, we please confirm it's non-toxic. You don't have to keep it hands
Alright.
I can only
You'll want to put these on later.
to breathe and something like that.
So,
Alright.
right
Yeah,
now,
we'll want to
just
put it on
have
later when we're
kind of
doing
hurry
the
up and
What's up?
wait, which is unfortunate.
Nothing,
So,
just
for the time being,
trying to
I'm
do
going
it.
to go down to Redwall.
That was
real
an
quick.
oxymoron.
I'm moral support, I guess.
Yeah, that's the yes. That's the point of the saying.
Good. How do you know Emily?
Ant-Man plus Fix-It Felix.
I'm not questioning that. Whatever. You go on ahead.
I can fix
It's
it.
a phrase
No
people say.
racket.
I have never once heard the
I have
phrase
several
hurry up and wait. That makes no sense.
I've heard it a few times.
Let me check her eyes.
It makes no sense, but when you think about it, it actually does make sense.
Hey, sorry. Oh God. Can I get you anything?
what's with
See?
the hair?
While you wait.
No, I'm okay. I'm okay right now.
You thought about it, and now it actually makes sense.
No, I thought about it and I
Seems
still
like
don't
Nemesis
understand,
dealt
so
with
I'm
the
just dropping the
situation,
topic because I got enough
something was
going on without having
affecting her
to
earlier, and we
contemplate
weren't
that
able
mystery.
to totally narrow down what it was. The only person who knows is Dr. Apparently, because I made the medicine, and you know how alchemists are with their secrets.
Oh, okay.
Finish cleaning this as
Like getting some of her blood or something?
The specialist is all around somewhere, so I assume that they're looking for someone.
Actually, I suppose that is something that can be done in the meantime, is because I can get a blood sample safely without, like, making any physical contact with the blood.
You need a blood sample? Leslie?
Blood sample.
It always helps, but we already got one, Dr. Nemesis, and we ran it through the disease testing kit, and we weren't able to find anything. So unless you think that you can use the blood sample for something else, I'm afraid we're going to be out of luck in that regard. I don't know much about magical healing, though, so you might be able to do something with it of the mystery wibbly wobbly aetheric nature.
I am a blood mage.
Vero is blood mage and a healer of the guild.
He's a blood sample.
So they talked about, well, crocodile. Alligator.
Alright,
Swamp
I made my quick trip down to
Oh yeah, I wasn't there. I would remember a giant alligator.
There we go.
Things that they're dealing with, so I could use their blood sample on the scale. I brought back, it's currently under protection, it doesn't contaminate people, but I brought back the contamination.
Let's do that. If you need
Wait,
anything
what's this about a
upstairs,
contaminated scale?
Alright. Let's do the
They
test
found in the
upstairs.
swamps, I believe. Some lizard men are dealing with a plague at the moment.
Actually, you know what? We have a quarantine area up there.
To my
apparently.
understanding, it doesn't
So
have
we
a
should
risk
bring
of
the scale
infecting
there,
Redwall
alright?
as well, though it could become a problem if not figured out within a reasonable amount of time.
You want to touch beaks?
And they're testing the blood
Yeah,
sample
give me that
for
now.
scale 4.
Just a little like.
They're testing it.
Do that in your own private time, not in a public space like the Healers Guild, alright?
Trust me, I wasn't going to anyway.
There's any similarities, but
It's not gross. What are you talking about?
but then, since we couldn't find
Very immature, that's what it is.
Yeah, and like okay,
I
if
believe they're doing
samples,
optimistic.
if two samples have the same infection,
Plus we're waiting.
I guess I'm just because like if two things have the same infection, you bring them together, there's not necessarily going to be a reaction. It's not like
I don't think that's what they're doing.
So what's this about a gator?
I believe it's a compare and contrast. Perhaps you've seen blood as
Same reaction was at Redwall.
What the crocodiles are the lizard folk.
At the
But I guess she's
swamp.
figuring out more information as she's talking to Leslie, so... Continue talking. I'll get this from you later.
Did you hear that too?
It's not important what I know. What they can figure out, I suppose.
What is it?
Daryl. Uh-oh, what's going on?
What's up?
We should use that blood sample.
It's just a salesman.
Okay, I'm still not 100% sure what you even are planning to do with it, but
Yeah, just let them do what they're going to do. Maybe they'll get a break.
You? How do we tell if it's the same thing?
I know what you were looking for.
Oh, you got Dryad.
Well, if we had a DM here, we could actually use
There was a
I feel
god.
dirty.
Yeah,
Out of the loop here.
My thought was, I have a very limited sort of magical sense that I can. How many are you looking for? I can determine which divinities are intrinsic to it and which divinities are afflicting something. I can also run some.
Oh my god, the god returned!
Yeah, same. I don't know whether it's like a psyche thing, magic thing.
Then we can see if we can match it. Even if we haven't had disease or anything, at the very least we can see if the results
Yeah, because earlier she had a laying around here somewhere. There's just a bunch of drawings and stuff.
So basically, Dave's laying on this bed, and we are going to do a quick, like, kind of curse and affinity inspection on it, and also see if they have any trace amounts of said affinity or.
That's a nice ass ring.
I have there's no affinity affecting. There's absolutely zero magic on that ring.
Yeah.
Are there any weird affinities on this one? It's on their like native ones with my classes. On their what?
Are you okay?
Yeah, for some reason I can never find down that ladder well.
The abnormal affinities because of their my detecting glasses.
I've got things for fiends, for divine, for elementals, for mortals, beastkin, monsterkin. I've got something for everyone.
What is this about an alligator?
Are they sewing? Remind me again, what school of alchemy is your specialty?
It didn't really come from a school. Most of the stuff I know is what I've learned by actually mixing a lot of ingredients together. Lots of hard work and...
What sorts of ingredients?
Yeah, let's see here.
I'm charging my hands.
I should have charged that.
That is why I'm sitting here. They are. I did. They were full when I started.
It's only been an hour.
Hold on. So tell me.
Let me get what you're saying.
I've lived in the Fey Dark for about 200 years, so I've had lots of experience around lots of different alchemical ingredients, especially done trading outside with many things. I've mostly learned it on my own trade, so go from spiders, silks, and all sorts of eggs, and all sorts of things, and a couple of monster fluids. I guess, but I've also used the more modern herbologies here in Aether as well. Yes, I'm probably
Do you think you could...
the one who handles most of the potions here in the guild. Everyone looks to me.
That's wonderful. I thought that was Doctor, but I guess that isn't.
Doctor is he is the primary head. He does alchemy, but if Doctor's not around, most will look towards me for alchemy.
Okay, that's worthwhile. Hi, you know my situation, so it's good to finally start to get a picture of who's working with. Actually, that's a good question. Who do you work for? Who do you learn from? Ever since you've come here, have you just been working on your own?
I learn from my mistakes, that's all. I don't have anyone that teaches me, I just learn by actually doing. It's a faster teacher.
Maybe tethering towards more like going this way and then left, maybe towards the cave.
I feel like this is a situation where there's just too many cooks in the kitchen, and
yes,
I am rapidly approaching the limit of what tests I can run.
This is why
I'm going to go and check that merchant.
This is why I always despise seeing so many people crowded around a single patient. The rift thing was a different subject altogether, but...
The rift thing is the only experience I've had with dealing with foreign magical plagues, unfortunately. So that is what I have learned. But I will take your advice, and I'm going to go harass the person outside a little bit to see if I can find something.
Alright. I'll be here, keeping an eye on things, I guess.
He's gonna pull out of it.
You can come if you want.
I'm fine.
I got another blood sample from our patient here. I'm going to use hemomancy to try and find any kind of abnormality. Having seen what Ness has just experienced, I want to set up essentially like the magical equivalent of like the emergency stop button in a factory. So if like something starts happening to me, I can just kind of slam the magic shut and like cancel.
Blood, you notice that there isn't anything really wrong. You see some disappear as if something is tearing them and curing
You got any new shit?
of something.
No.
What's the character's name? I feel like these guys have met before.
Take a second. I want to try and isolate
Glimmer Gold. Yeah, Glimmer Gold.
substance
Got
in
any new
blood
stuff
that's
for me?
like remedying the abnormality. But
Something
I will do my very best to reverse engineer.
Not exactly something I'd sell to
You'll be
most
able
people,
to
but I do
make the
have
substance as it was about to cell that's different, and that cell seems to affect the other
Oh,
Change
I've
the
heard
spread
of
quite a
this.
bit.
I've heard of this. Isn't this
anything
the,
noteworthy about the cells that are contaminated?
some of the dangerous plants in the forest making that one?
They morph, they change, and then they go back to normal.
it is from the
You see anytime they get near what appears to be a non-infected cell, it attacks it, and then same thing continues.
How do you take it?
And did I get the sense that what was attacking it was like the body's automatic immune response, or was that something completely different?
No, something completely different.
I'm assuming you're just gonna smoke it
But
anyway.
it seems to be fixing the
I'm
cell.
gonna do it raw.
Okay.
I need to feel it.
For
so
anyone
that the
watching Beryl,
visions
the
come
point
to
sees that their eyes are just pure, like no pupil, no, it's just glowing like this vivid red as they kind of contaminate these samples.
Only 4 gold.
Oh, thank you, King. Hand you the
Okay,
4 gold. Clasp
so,
your hand, gives a good shake.
Their eyes kind of go back to normal. Here's what I discovered.
Takes the
There
devil's ass
is
crack.
an abnormality, something almost
Pulls out
akin
a
to an
little,
infection infection within your
bottle of
blood that is
peach
attaching to
moonshine.
cells of your
Got this
blood
from
and
a-
infecting other
from a
cells.
customer
However,
the other day.
there is an outside force, something in your
treat me
blood
like
that
shit,
is
it'll knock you
natural
on your
to
ass.
it, beyond your, normal immune response, that is attacking these mutated cells and, like, purging them
So,
of the
hold on,
abnormality.
I'll try this first. I trust you. I trust you
It's like
implicitly.
a somebody
Of course.
I'm curious.
I will note for you, the
Yeah.
what liquid that you grabbed away from the cell seems to be of a dark kind of bluish very similar to like tar and oil mixed together, but a little more
In the kitchen in the Healers Guild, so.
Does something like this seem familiar to you? And they'll hold up the vial.
I'm assuming it's the hard stuff.
Clary liquid.
There's like crystal mana in there.
Mushrooms.
This is the substance that's attacking your infected cells. The thing is, the infection went and infects your blood. The cells go back to normal after they threat the infection.
The healers,
Yes.
Yes, we're currently busy at the moment. Can I help you?
Something at a level so deep that you
I was
so
just
subtle that I
wondering
can't detect it.
myself. I was wondering to commentate myself.
This is some sort of
If you were busy, then it's fine.
It's like a fucking truck.
You know the phrase, too many cooks in the kitchen. If you'd like to speak, I can step outside, which is what I was doing.
The thing is, in theory, now I know that this is here, and in your blood and doing something, I could isolate it from your blood and extract
No,
it.
although I am new to the island, so
We know
I
what
believe
it's
this
attacking
is.
and what those infected cells are doing.
Yes, welcome to Aether, floating island in the sky, far above the astral sea, so you're quite safe. You can't die here, even if you try dying of old age. There's protections, magical protections, that encompass the whole island, so you're safe here.
You know what got that man.
Affecting them.
How can I help you?
No, but can't always be
When you see this kid, which I'd most likely be focusing on, I guess, trying to get an understanding of the effect. Is there a, like a library?
We do have a library over there.
Magical and practical.
What's your primary affinities?
I don't think there's none.
You said you have magical healing properties. What is your affinity that you call upon in order to use magic spells?
neutralizes
You
all
can see
mundane
strange
magical
colors
disease
mixed in it.
infection.
You have a feeling
That's
you
not
want to
what's
keep the mask
happening
on.
here. That's
You're not
what's
understanding?
happening. That's definitely not what's happening here.
I do not think.
Similar to conjures a ball of darkness. I can use this to heal people. What do you conjure?
Shoot, the equivalent of soul.
You're right. Recognize that luster? Potentially soul, I would assume. Doesn't not as bright as light or holy is. And it's not the quite luster that life magic can give, so I assume you're just a soul mage. Could be useful. I have more experience healing anyone of any type of affinities without worrying about a clash. What is your name?
When you say your kind,
That's concerning. Alicia, you said something about a clash now?
When opposite affinities clash, it can cause an explosion. This also implies two of you use healing magic. Yes. Brista?
Where did Ryder go? Oh, there he is.
I'm over here.
Are we allowed in without masks? And
yes.
Is there enough people inside?
There's no plague. But there's a lot of cooks in the kitchen.
Okay.
It's your choice if you want to go in there.
I have a base liquid which I need to be completely saturated with a material. And I'm looking to increase the amount of material I can put in.
Oh yeah, Ursanthropy.
Yeah.
But I'm currently
Like entropy, but there.
You make obviously the highest
Yeah.
quality medicines that I've seen. So anybody
usually some
Yeah, if you would like to join the guild, I can offer you. Of course. If you would like to sign your name.
Just like an actual doctor, or like tap on the knee, like check your breathing
Oh,
gear.
this is an actual guild you
Yes,
can join.
yes, there are several. We are probably just under 100 members that have taken part. Yes, if you just sign your name here, and I can fill out the rest of the details for you. Alright, welcome. Right, like I said, it's quite busy now, but inside of the Healers Guild you can find two tables. One table is for most of our potions and alchemy that we do. The other is for the rest of our storage and everything else. You can definitely find a healer's medical kit if you'd like to carry something around with you at all times.
I guess I will attempt to grab one later.
Yes, I think that'd be smart.
Hey, fella.
My name is Duskering, or you can just call me Dusk for short. Yes, I am a drow.
That does not seem
Okay.
That's not what I wanted.
Haven't troubles there, Rista?
Yeah.
Stairs?
I might as well take a look at the tables. Are they designated as...
Yes, the alchemy is closer to the stove, and the one closest to the door is our storage.
He just comes by and sees me.
Straight to the left.
Oh, thank you. It's been an honor, pleasure doing business with you. I see you have quite the line, though, so I will let your next customers come in and we'll take a money. Thank you.
Wonderful. Yeah, eggs is a wonderful emulsifier.
Gotcha. That'll do perfect.
You can keep the yolks or not.
Eggs whites are just as good as an emulsifier.
Fast. Hold still. There you go.
Thank you. Alright. So the Healers Guild is overrun as always. So, let me see.
What do you need?
I do.
I need somewhere to make this potion, and if it's not the alchemist guild, then I'm gonna need another idea.
Are we looking for?
The arena?
Maybe the tavern.
The training yard?
We could.
Are we looking for?
Yeah.
I'm worried though, because like if something goes wrong, they're not gonna have access to the ingredients that I'm. But you know what? If that's what it takes, that's what it takes.
We could just take some of the ingredients.
Just take the ingredients with you. That might be a better idea at that point.
I've got most of the ingredients, right? It's more, I don't know, maybe there's like a fire or something. I don't know how alchemy works. I am currently in the process of learning.
A frost giant potion.
Messer needs time more stuff, so yeah.
Let's stop by the Artisans Guild on the way. I have an idea.
It's just a blacksmith.
Yeah.
Yeah, by all means, head on over and you can start selling your wares. Yeah. I think the market's relatively getting open and active now, so.
Since it's on the edge. The edge is the weakest point. So
Sorry. Not the edge.
Wonderful. Excuse me, Ripley, it's good to see you. Could I borrow, one of your little handheld billows?
That one?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, just
to
return
just
it.
science. I will
What's
return
my
it as soon as I'm done here. Thank you.
Yeah,
Sometimes you just want to be in good company, and that's all you need.
Messer good company. Messer do peachy daisy.
That's good.
Not you. Leslie!
Very foul potion filled
Just
with
follow me.
what's up?
wizard
Follow me.
Oh.
Beachy
Huh.
Okay.
Are we going to the harbor?
Nope. Just going to use a friend's house, so we have permission to.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Alright, this'll be perfect.
You watch as dusk forms a giant shadow across the entire table, and out of the shadows pulls a full alchemy set.
Holy! You just carry that with you.
Shadow pockets.
This is.
Similar to bags of holding,
Okay,
but
that's wonderful.
easier to avoid the bagman with.
Bagman?
Don't worry about it.
You know what? Question for another time. Alright, so, Lee, everybody here is going to want to mask up for this or put on your barrier if you're so inclined. Because we are going to be making a potion which will release sleep gas as a part of the process. So, heat,
Right.
small container, and I'm going to start to get that to a simmer. As I pour in the distilled spirits.
That's part.
Right about, let me measure this. About there. There. Okay, now if I remember how to do this correctly, once this is simmering, I need to... Oh, I really hope that I don't mess this up. I'm going to add the substrate to cancel out the factor of everything in the potion before it does, and that's what this fat is for, so... We are going to take the actual first active ingredient, which I took from my previous experiment, and go... Alright. We add our emulsifier. We add our fortification thing, which I'm going to grind now as finely as I can. Grinding it finely, I mean... Wait a second. Is this actually just fluid? There's no way it's that easy. Okay. This is slime. I don't know what slime is, but it was labeled and it looks
Slime
like it was
slime?
something I was reading about in the book. Yeah, I'm pretty confused as well, but I choose not to question it. Okay, and then we wait.
What are we making again?
Sister, what is making?
A sleep
So
potion.
the general principle is that the ingredients that I have put in here are each serving a different purpose that I learned from the Archmage. We have the base, which is our distilled spirits, which will kill the virus that I just put in. Not the virus. Which I'm not sure if Wormview is a virus, a fungus, or whatever else, but it should be dead. The simmering should help with that. I added the fat, which will cancel the... So the fat here itself cancel the factor of the ingredient that is inside of it, right? So that they can mix and they can integrate without causing... Right. I added our little solution that can contain, I believe, the factor. Wormview something that it's not. We had one page that it was quite nasty. We have the process of adding a fortification page is our slime, and I've added multiple fires to hopefully make sure that this integrates as much and seems possible. You notice I'm having a very small volume here, and the reason I'm doing that, I bring it in the bottle, is because that factor I dilute in one larger container. A factor is contained entirely within the substrate that it is in, and I need to have a very potent solution for this, right? Or specifically, we're going to be making three components. We're going to be making an oil, a tonic, and some gas. Now, speaking of, Remy, you have water skin. It's empty.
Okay.
Yep. And then I'm going to hold the bellows here, and then we're going to wait. And because this is recorded, I will get the rules from man later. Any second now. This is taking longer than I thought. But what usually happens is, and as it largely says this, a cloud of smoke pops out of the potion. She immediately tries to capture it in the bellows, and then blows it into the water skin to make like a kind of fucking balloon. Alright, there we go. We're gonna want to open a window. There we go. This sleep gas, I don't know who's gonna find a use for this, but waste not, want not, right? And then from here, we have two components. You can see here how over the course of the simmering, that the fat has dissolved into multiple components. We have the solid bit here at the bottom, and we have the oil which risen to the top, right? So I'm going to take this container, pour off the oil into that, and then we can cork that. This should be shelf stable. Here's your sleep potion. And we have what's left, which I'm going to now put a topper on, and this is the tonic. Yeah. You can do this hypothetically with any factor. It is always in my experience, any number of factors, there are a couple of caveats. One of which is that botanical and cryptozoological factors do not mix. Botanists use like a different name for it. They call it like element or like compounds or something like that. It doesn't really matter. Their stuff is not as high potency as cryptozoological outputs, right? They can coexist in the same potion, but they will not interact. So you cannot fortify a botanical ingredient with a cryptozoological ingredient. Similarly, if we did not have the fat, then we could only do one factor, and because we cannot fortify the factor, it will end up being a very weak solution, right? The emulsifier I don't know exactly how that's going to work, but I trust that merchant, right? Is because the way that this alchemical process works is that after the contents of the material has been fully dissolved and like reached saturation, the explosion happens. And I don't know what it is. I thought it was like magic, but I talked and it's like, no, this is separate from magic. It is a separate ethereal force, of which we apparently have several for some reason, and it is so confusing, and the rules are not very consistent, and I can't figure out what exactly is causing that, and I would love to find out, but I am in a hurry, so I cannot do that right now. And at that point, the solution is stable, fully saturated, and then you can bottle up and it'll be shelf stable for a while. Whereas what you saw me put in there, the worm flu in its living state, yeah, sure, you could inoculate somebody with that, and then they would have a sleeping disease. But A, it wouldn't wear off because, disease, right? And B, it's not shelf stable because it's alive and it needs a host to exist in, right? So this is a shelf stable version of the same aspect or factor, as it were, without the dissolution. And that is the lesson, like 5 times as fast as it could have otherwise took. Because believe me, the doctor is just a lunatic, genuinely insane. Takes a whole bunch of time explaining a whole bunch of really random cryptozoological components that I could not care less about. But hey, you gotta do what you gotta do to get the man's favor, right?
So, is this not just a sleeping potion? Or whatever?
It is a sleeping potion.
Yes,
And you have a solid form?
they took ingredients and made 3 potions out of it. They made a potion, a tonic, and a sleeping gas.
The effect is the same for all of them. What's different is the form.
Yes.
Right.
Congratulations.
Speaking of, because you were all here to supervise, and you use the instrumentation here, would you like either the gas or the oil or both? Because like I don't have any use for those.
I can just hold on to either one. It's fine. Like I said, the shadows are quite extensive.
You know what? Why don't you take the gas? And you see this fucking balloon-looking water skin. That's the thing I'm worried is gonna pop and cause a problem at some point if they transport it conventionally.
And just before it hits the floor, it goes straight into a shadow.
Okay, that is wonderful. Wait a second. I have a question for you, because that reminds me of something. Lee or Remy, would you like the oil?
Why?
Okay,
Rem can hold on to.
Who are you gonna put to sleep with that? That's the question.
I don't care.
You have to be a bit more careful, because this is chemistry, if anything.
Rem, you want it?
Sure.
Okay. Whoever you entrust more with specific things, then yeah.
Well, I want to give you something too, so I'll tell you what. After I'm done with the demonstration, I'll give you the rest of the tonic. How does that sound? But I do need to hold on to it until tomorrow.
Yeah, no worries.
Right, for sure. The other thing that I should kind of warn you all about, right, is this it's all a little bit controversial, right? People don't really like this particular genre of alchemy, so like if you could keep it on the DL that we're doing this, like that'd be great. Most people won't know what exactly we're throwing in there when they look at it, but I have a question. She's gonna take.
Woman's allowed her secrets.
Okay.
She's gonna take the glasses off from where they're clipped, and she is going to check the affinities of the drow.
You will see cursed, dark, magic, and poison.
What do you mean cursed? What does cursed look like? I don't know, OC.
It looks a lot more potent in the glasses. Like, it's a lot stronger than it should be.
Okay. Huh. That's a bit odd. Say, you haven't been hearing voices by any chance, would you have been?
24/7, what about it?
No, same as Rem.
What do you mean 24/7?
You get used to it.
Yeah, Rem.
When you have voices in your head for a long time, you get used to it.
This is true.
What does it sound like? Is it like
It's
difficult
more
to
like-
understand, like low, like hissing?
I've gotten to that point where I just kind of ignore it and just whisper. It's just subtle whispering. It's nothing specific. Draw curses, you know. Yeah, not.
What do you mean drow
Telling you to do
curses?
something you shouldn't.
Yeah.
Okay, look, I don't know
And
what's
it's not
going on
very
right
obvious
now.
for a lot of people, isn't it? I'll give you one guess. Which is my natural eye color?
The orange?
No.
I was a gas.
No.
No.
That's cursed. This one's normal.
Wait, hold on. What do you mean cursed?
You don't want to know. It's a lot of finicky humbo jumbo with my drow culture.
No, I do want to know because.
Are you okay?
Hypothetically, if I knew somebody who was hearing voices in their head, who was afflicted by a dark aura, or something along those lines, I don't exactly know how that works. It's just what has been described to me. And it were hypothetically some kind of curse. Does it
You're hearing
spread? Is it
voices in your head,
transmissible?
aren't you? You are. Mm-hmm.
Yes. You were kind of injured at the time.
Alright, the concussion.
Wait. Leslie also has oysters in head?
Look, I don't know what caused it. I was just fucking around trying to help Nephesis, and then I started hearing these things. It was overwhelming.
What are they saying?
Creepy and it's eerie and.
Oh, that one.
I don't know. They were
Knows
trying
that
to
one.
get me to go somewhere, like away from everybody, all of the people that I was helping, right? But I don't know where.
You're not hearing them right now, are you?
Get me to run away. I'm not. I haven't heard them since this morning, so I haven't had an.
Where did you
for
first
I want
hear
to say
the
maybe
voices?
2-3 hours. Nephesis' room at the tavern in the forest.
Okay.
The
I can
diurnal forest, I
already
think we're
come up
calling it
with a
now.
few ideas. Probably something that's cursed that inhabits the forest, because the forest has no protections like Aether does. And you're not hearing them now in Aether because of the protections of Aether. So, you're probably safe here. That does put up a ruling. If you go to Redwall, does it change?
I don't feel particularly inclined to test that theory.
Yeah, don't worry. I've tested lots of curses before. You're never inclined to go anywhere to test anything.
Curses. That's like, oh no.
Curses are different to plagues. Plagues can have a chance to spread. Curses have a chance of spreading, but it has to take on particular reasons. Like most plagues that you can think of, they could transmit via touch, via breathing, via even just accidental sneezing. You can actually have it transmit. That's how most diseases and plagues would work. Curses, the only way they could transmit from person to person would be magic, I would assume, or being in close proximity to someone who has a curse and you let your guard down.
Curses are those nasty things. It's one of the most difficult things I was told we have to ever deal with at the Healers Guild. Because...
Yes, magical curses.
Very specific.
Magical curses, or... Yeah, so what Fester does was a magical plague, or curse in a way, you could call it. But it sounds like for you, it's... If your only symptom is voices, it doesn't sound like it's that bad. I understand it'll probably be causing you a lot of stress.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a little bit stressful to listen to that. It is the last thing I need to be hearing right now.
I want me to help you with that if I can.
Help? What do you mean?
By shaking head like bird.
No. When you're part demon, or don't worry, demon stuff is also a curse of mine, and I'm trying to deal with it. But if you would like, I could try and figure out if it's something related to that. Might be.
Could I request that we keep this on the DL, because I don't want to worry people, and I need people to have confidence in my ability to treat them right now, because there's too much going on. There are some very non-cooperative patients that are very skittish.
I'm over 200 years old right now. I have a lot of things on my mind, and there's a lot of things I don't tell a lot of people.
Alright. So, do we need to go somewhere to diagnose this, or...?
I mean, we could go back inside, or you can do it right here.
Let's go inside. I don't want somebody to walk by and see us.
Apologies in using your house one more time.
Who's your friend, by the way?
He's a samurai? I don't know. He's just... He's a warrior, fights with a longsword. His name is Sin. He shows up around Aether occasionally. He just lives here. You want to keep watch, I guess, or...?
Yeah, I'm just gonna sit out here for, until y'all are done.
Fair.
Alright, hopefully it won't take too long.
Take your time.
I hate this. I hate magic. I hate magic. Did I ever tell you that? Why
Here,
does it always have to be so
come,
fucking
it'd be
finicky and
better
horrible?
if you were more
Why does it
comfortable
cause
on the
so many
bed.
Strange.
On the bed.
Oh.
Just in case you fall over and hit your head. That's the question. That's the problem.
Fall over. Wait, what? What exactly are you going to do?
Dusk is looking into your mind in a way. You can feel dark magic start to pulse through you, and the curse of sorts starts to, like, make itself known. Though you can hear mumbling of voices, you cannot understand the words. But you know that Dusk is talking to the voice. You can hear it in your head. It's just mumbling and grumbling. It hurts in a way to listen, and it's affecting you. With a flat roll of a 6, as you're trying to maintain concentration, you will collapse.
Oh God, what are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing?
Leslie! Breathe. Come on.
Oh God, what the fuck is wrong with me? I can't be dealing with this. I have too much work to do. Why me? Why me?
Leslie! Snap out of it.
Yes.
Okay. I think I got most of the adjustments on it, but...
Adjustments?
Well, sorry, wrong choice of words. Remember, Common's not my first language. I kind of communed with it, and I'm sorry it's related to me. I didn't realize, I'm sorry. I didn't know. I was the one who was unguarded. So I kind of transferred. I did, however, get it back, so you won't have the voices anymore. At least I hope. I tried my best to get rid of him. I think, but he probably lost consciousness, so I don't know if he's fully out yet.
Him?
Yeah, the wing stuff and tail. It's related to a demon of darkness that I've been cursed by. It also relates a lot to the drow curses. You won't? No. I can help you with that. I'll get you out of it. I don't want you to suffer, because it sounds like you're suffering enough with Fester.
Yeah. The problem isn't solved. If it's just with you now, the problem hasn't moved. It's just moved around a little bit.
It's always been with me, so...
Always? What do you mean always? Not 200 years.
More like 177 right now. It was when I turned 50.
I assume you've tried a lot.
I didn't really try at all. It's only become a problem. It's only become a problem in the last year. I've never had an issue with it since then.
What happened? Did anything happen to cause it to get worse?
There's a lot of things that could definitely cause that for sure. Yeah.
The fact that nothing specific comes to mind is telling.
You see voices all the time, right? Does any of this sound familiar to you?
Somewhat, though can't say it is one-to-one.
I need to find somebody, but I would like to do a checkup in a little bit. I
On
also need to
yourself,
let Ava know. Is this... on you, obviously.
Why do you want to do a checkup on me?
Because that's my entire gimmick. I'm trying to solve the plagues. And I know you say it's a curse, not a plague. It's the same thing.
You're trying to solve something that is going to be very difficult for you to solve at this moment right now. I will tell you that flat out. Like, I appreciate you wanting to help me, but this one is my own fight.
I can also admit this,
I could
Gillespie.
ask for help.
I was only recently started looking into curses. Ram imagined this would be extremely difficult for even Ram.
Thank you for letting me know. I will keep it on the DL, and I will keep an eye out for anybody else with the same symptoms.
However, need to make sure. Don't sense any more of the presence. Though I do sense that your head is very much clouded. You need rest. You probably haven't been getting any sleep at all.
Hey, I'll have you know I got 4 hours last night. Thank you very much.
And most humans require 8.
9.
8 is ideal. But extenuate. Look, I am a surgeon by trade. Here, let's go collect. Let's go move. I don't want to keep Lee waiting. I am used to working irregular hours. It's really not that bad. I look at stress like this. Stress is something that exists in all of us to motivate us to do things, right? It's not necessarily a bad thing. It is just a part of life and of being alive. You could deal with stress in a number of ways by ignoring it. Thinking about something else, distracting yourself, or you could do something productive about it and try to fix the problems. I am in the camp that productivity is the best medicine for it. So, rest assured, I will be okay, and I've got the situation under control.
Alright, but if you have any more voices coming into your head, let me know.
I will. Now.
If it ends up being that case, then you may have to help me on that. So, that might be your opportunity, but I don't want to stress you out, as you've been saying.
Don't worry, I'm no stranger to it, and... Look, even if I don't have the ability to solve that right now, everything I know about the types of ailments that people are experiencing here, because there have been cursed patients that we've had before, the better. Without knowing, I can't even refer people to the experts, right? I had a harrowing experience, probably the worst experience I ever had in that guild, with an undead who came in, and I didn't know how to treat them, nor did anybody else. It was cataclysmic, honestly.
Undeads are quite easy to treat, you just gotta do the opposite. Like, if you know of one of the crafters, Zyra, she heals by giving them drow poison. You literally give her a paralytic poison to actually heal her. Because she is an undead.
I got a lot to learn about the undead. If only you could find that necromancer friend of King Julian's, but...
King Julian!
Huh? Yeah? What? Huh?
Every time I say his name, I get the urge to move it. It's very annoying. Has he been asleep?
Has he been asleep this whole time?
You probably can't breathe with that fucking mask on.
Take that off.
You know how hard it is to actually put this thing on with my horns?
Probably suffocating.
Okay, fine. Alright.
Hey,
Yeah, what? Oh,
Okay, hi. Sorry, I know you wouldn't have wanted me to do this around everyone else.
Oh, I didn't see anything. Don't worry.
What makes you think that?
Sees nothing.
Just staring at the rocks
Going into
that
the
are
cave
floating.
again. Find something.
What?
You're on the queue.
What?
You're on the list.
What? What do you mean I'm on the list? What the fuck you? What the fuck do you mean?
I don't think I want to know what this list is either.
I don't know.
If you go into the caves again, just let me know, okay? We can go with you.
Oh, okay. But
There
you're
are
gonna have to
people
follow
who-
my lead this time.
Yeah, I'm aware. It's not the first time it's happened. So when's the last time you've been in for a checkup anyway?
We never did the checkup. We never did, like, the whole, like, database thing either.
Alright, let's do
You
that.
said we were going
It's
to.
about time. There's actually a few people. Oh,
Depending if someone is already over there. They're still taking care of
You're-
Emily.
you took your mask off.
I can't
She
take
does
mask
that.
off.
Yeah, I know, it's just... it's good to see your face. I am going to... The main thing I need to discuss... Actually, you know what? Both of you. Let's talk about this before I go back. Do either of you have any candidates that you would like to nominate for the election?
What election?
The Healers Guild is holding an election for a new second-in-command for some reason. I know. It's
I've
apparently
already
this
seen
thing
the
called
scroll a
democracy.
bit.
It's kind of a new thing to me.
Reese, Valerie, and my name have been put on the form already. That's it.
God, Valerie's the one who's the reason that we have to do those stupid fucking combat lessons. She can't win. No matter what, she can't win.
Well, I think last I checked,
You
Reese
put
was...
your name on there yourself, or did somebody write you in? You don't know somebody wrote you in. Do you want it?
I don't mind. I mean, I've been always talking about
Yes, but
the
do you want it?
structure. I was always talking about the structure and how I like to keep things up to code. Especially, how many cooks did we have in the kitchen earlier, and how much it was bugging the hell out of me?
I would be willing, after I talk to Ava, who is the noble, who has the muscle. In a position of leadership, she can force things to go her way in a way that nobody else on this island can. After that, I am going to go through the process of finding who I want to vote for. And making sure that the votes aren't split and then somebody like this stupid fucking meathead who wants to teach us all combat instead of healing ends up in a position of power. And I would be more than happy if it were you.
Well, it looks like...
You're one of the most competent people in that guild I've ever met.
I can understand.
So we can't put an additional vote for someone else that's not on the list?
The way Doctor had put it out is you can write in a name and vote for them, and you can only vote for one person a single time. You have two.
Let me-
You have 2 votes total, but you have to separate the votes between 2 different people. You cannot vote for the same person twice.
Right. One condition.
Which there's a problem because there's...
Drop the policy about people requiring healing, whatever criteria that is for healing to make it into the guild. I know that
The only
in some regard is
criteria
required.
the only criteria, and I had during the whole while you were trading, there was someone who came to join the guild, and I signed them in. I just asked what they were capable of, magical, and they said magical and practical. They didn't really know their affinity, but they were able to show that they could use soul magic, and soul magic is a quite effective means of medical, so we don't have to worry about affinity clashing. So if we have a
Are you
actual...
referring to Zen?
No, Alyssa, I believe they're, or Alika.
One.
A new...
Alyssa?
Yeah, they're a new one that just showed up.
Alika. Green hair?
I think it was black hair. They were an elf, I could tell, by the pointy ears.
Right, okay. That makes sense. And
yes, if we're gonna do like all campaigning things of like, oh, who is best to vote for, I just end up rewriting the entire structure of who can join the guild, because I know Emily has been a problem, and Emily has been someone I vouched for not bringing onto the guild. The main issue I had with Emily is she started eating a lot of poisonous stuff without actually thinking straight. Just, oh, mushroom, eats it, doesn't even test if it's poison or not, or even asks. Yeah, there was especially a moment where she just, I was working with my poisons and she took a drow poison out from my hand and just drank it on the spot.
And when I went to the swamp blast with her, she kept running in front of us and kept activating all the traps.
Yeah, she's not very smart.
yeah, she also nearly killed herself on a cursed chest the other day. I watched as she repeatedly threw her body and got impaled through the gut, through the hand, through the leg with these big bone spikes, and we had to pick up the pieces. And then when she was feeling better, she went for it again. We had to cast hold person on her to stop her, so I know what you mean. I'll tell you.
How is she alive?
My main issue with the healer's guild,
ignorance,
as a person, I understand that you all have different reasons for being in this guild, is that I am very limited in what I can. Well, there's three issues. One is that I'm very limited in what I can do because of the certain policy points that a certain doctor holds. Second, it'd be nice if we actually got a salary, because a lot of the stuff that I need for my experiments in order to cure these diseases is not cheap.
Yeah, we'd start asking people for payment, because anytime we heal someone on the island, it's free. We have to start charging people so we can actually fund the guild.
Mm-hmm. Otherwise, I bet what's going to happen is Doctor is going to send us all out hunting for gold or beggars, and I don't have time for that. The last thing is, I think, membership. I want to involve as many people as I can. However, I do agree that we definitely need some change so that the disasters that happen in the Healers Guild on a regular basis don't keep happening. It'd be nice to have at least a protocol. Any protocol, like say 1 expert and 1 apprentice per patient, or something like that. Mm-hmm. Or with special exceptions made if it's an emergency, or something like that, because I don't want to exclude people like Krimron, like Lee, who learn and then very quickly become the most effective people in there because they don't really have healing expertise. I feel like the reason somebody should not be admitted into the guild should be if they're actively stopping what we're doing, like Emily, right? Actively preventing us from making any progress. Me, one way or the other, I'm gonna make it by, right? But I would prefer to be on good terms with you guys than have to go do something else because the guild is collapsing and Doctor's crazy ideas like this whole dick measuring contest with Fester keep happening. Does that sound reasonable to you?
Yeah, that sounds reasonable.
Wait, measuring
One
contest
day
with
to which
Fester?
nothing is happening.
The day that Fester showed up in Aether, he didn't like that Doctor was called Doctor, and basically kind of like set himself as the leader of the Healers Guild and best healer in all of Aether. That's how Fester saw it. So Fester challenged Doctor to prove it by challenging the entire Healers Guild by making Rift Patient Zero by infecting Rift with a a metric fuck ton of healing magic that it turned into a plague.
Ram was there for that. That was issued to entire guild?
That was yes,
Not
Doctor.
Yeah, that's what you joined in on, Lee, by the by.
Yeah, Doctor was not to help at all.
Yeah.
It was to see if Doctor's teachings actually went to the rest of us.
And Doctor's teachings, might I add, are useless. The man's like, oh, you want to learn alchemy? Here, solve this riddle. I don't have time for that. Nobody has time for that. I've had to find other teachers because it's just not feasible to work with that man. He's too full of himself.
That's why I just did alchemy on my own. Be your own teacher.
So in other words, that whole thing happened because Doctor is
it's just
egotistical.
No, it's because Fester's a dick. Fester just can't see things for the way they are. Yes, I mean they both have their own faults. How about that?
A word of advice about Archmages. They are incredibly powerful. They are also human. They respond to things like, well, human or I think mostly sapient, I'm not quite sure. They respond to provocation. By proxy, if you do not provoke them, or if you keep your head down, they will not notice you. And it's annoying that we have to live that way around these monstrous, tyrannical gods, but it's something that we can do while we figure out a better long-term solution. I know two
Also,
Archmages
don't
that
kill
can
them. Rem learned recently it's not a good idea to kill Archmage. Apparently it can get you in very bad trouble.
with the Council. See, here's the thing. The Tower of Purgation polices the Archmage. The Council, they're not necessarily a police, but they're their separate committee that has a vested interest in the perpetuation and the rule of magic in the lands by these Archmages, right? They're the people you have problems with. The Council is corrupt. Incredibly corrupt, in fact. And it is possible to get away with things if you can make sure that you have a majority support for your decisions on the Council. It's possible, and it's happened before, and it can happen again. The problem is that the types of corruption are not just fiscal. There's also mind control and diseases and like everything to make that work. Point being, a better world is possible. A better world is not only possible, but I think that it's something we should actively be working towards. As soon as I figure out everything that Fester knows, I think I know how we can deal with him. And that's a big starting point, because he has a lot of seats on that council. That's how he's able to get away with the kind of horrific shit that he does, to the ire of most of the other Archmages, other than his master, the Archmage of Light. Well, he has two masters. It's kind of complicated. Yeah. Oh, and a word of advice. Don't make a deal with a Archmage. Ever.
No.
They're like Fae in that regard. People try to trick me into it constantly. You can definitely get value out of an Archmage, but don't agree to anything. Don't make a deal, right? Because being in debt to an Archmage is the worst thing you can be.
I'm still needs to relocate the Archmage of Chaos.
Seamus.
Mm-hmm.
No, you don't love that guy. He's killed people. What was it? When somebody like Seamus says, I'm going to turn somebody here into salami, and then goes eeny, meeny, miny, mo.
Oh god.
That's somebody about to die. We do not love Archmage Seamus. They're kind of like warlords in a sense, but they're so fallible. They're so weak.
They're bored.
And they all have weaknesses. They all have unique weaknesses, just as much as they have those strengths, right? You know how it is.
Yep.
Hey, but let's start small. Let's start with the Healer's Guild and work up from there, right? I'll talk to the Behemoths and see if I can't throw their favor behind you, Dusk. You don't have beef with the Behemoths, do you?
No. I think Ava's very nice. I don't know about the rest of them. I haven't really interacted with them much.
They're like a mafia.
Auxilium's okay.
They are not the types of people you want to have as your enemy because they have a lot of power. Not even in particular, no magic spell that's super strong, but there's so many of them and they're united. Sure, Ava's the only Behemoth that's a healer, but power extends beyond just the Healer's Guild. If I can get Ava into a position of power at the Healer's Guild, I have a lot of leverage over her.
Well, she already is, because she's got the surgeon specialist. So technically, she's already in there.
Yeah, it's only unfortunate because I don't believe that Lady Ava is interested in that position of leadership. I told her to think about it, and I'm gonna confront her about it at the Glass City tonight. Would you be comfortable with Lady Ava in a position of leadership?
I don't mind.
She is a noble. She has the experience.
You know, I'm technically a noble in my own rights, but I don't go flaunting it about.
Right. It's more of a... It's less the title of nobility, and it's more of the experience of commanding leadership, right?
No, a bit of both.
I'm still wants to see Auxilium's power armor in action.
I'll put it simply like this: if I wasn't here in Aether, I'd probably be an Archfey right now.
Armor. Made suit of armor.
He is very competent. I don't know, Lee. Who do you want to be in charge of the Healer's Guild?
You.
Nobody will
That
vote
is
for
big
me.
ask. That is big ask.
Believe me, if I thought I could do it, I would. But the fact of the matter is I have too many enemies in the Healer's Guild. People don't like what I'm doing.
You're doing it to help people. Plus, you're the most active person ever, so...
It doesn't matter if I'm active or not, or it doesn't matter if I'm trying to help people. Because here's the secret about the Healer's Guild. Most people are in it for themselves. So they don't care if I'm trying to help people or if I'm particularly active. They care is whether or not I'm going to get in the way of what they're doing, or whether or not they feel compelled to get in the way of what I'm doing. That's why I don't think it's a safe bet. Besides, what even happens? Suppose by some miracle I do win an election. Doctor will not allow it. Doctor will overrule it. Because Doctor and I have a bit of a...
Doctor can't say anything about this. He made the rules, and if it ends up being you or voted as the second in command by everyone else, that's how the democracy would work. Doctor can't say anything about disallowing you.
Yeah.
No, but he can punish us in other ways.
And that is on him. Regardless of solution.
It is on him. Doctor is almost as bad as the Archmages.
Plus, Doctor...
But does not have the power to back it up.
Do that. He has a power. But... he's seen how you work. He's seen, like, you can get results. So why would he argue with it?
because it's a challenge to his status quo and his authority. If I'm doing things that he doesn't agree with and they work, then that calls into question his credibility, and he can't have that.
Well, I guess we'll see then.
I guess we will. I'm certainly not writing my name in there. I would rather have somebody who is universally liked. And the only person I can think of who fits that bill is Ava. Everybody else has some kind of problem with everybody else.
Well, her name is in there, and no one bothered to write it down.
Yeah, I'll talk to... So the only problem is I don't want to waste a vote on somebody who will refuse the position, right? And it's sounding like she might.
Well, you might as well just write in her name so it just leaves out a vote for other people that you don't want.
True. There's options.
So even if she doesn't, even if she doesn't win, your vote doesn't go to someone else who could win.
That's true. I'll tell you what. I'll find out if she is indeed refusing that position, and if she is, I'll put my vote with you. Okay? Does that sound good to you, Lee? Or is there anybody else you'd like to see in that position?
From the list that I see, I don't know anyone here on the list.
Valerie is a harpy of sorts. And Reese is the blonde-haired boy with the green jacket.
Oh. He's the one that doesn't
Reese is an idiot.
Slimes.
Yeah, but Reese is also very likable.
He's very likable. He's extremely likable, but he's completely flaccid in a position of power. He'd just be a puppet for Doctor.
Who's Dusk?
Right. Lee, this
Hi.
is Dusk, this is Lee.
Hi.
Hi,
Yes.
Dusk. I'm Lee. No one has ever said her name. Nor have I heard it ever since. Terribly sorry.
Yeah.
This is why. Most people don't do it.
You should check the healer skill database. You have access to the notes.
Right. Get to that. And then Ava, we've been constantly talking about Ava, and I'm in the dark with Ava. Which one's Ava?
Princess carries a rapier, brown hair, I believe.
She's the one who's always off with that cowboy doing God knows what.
Kissing.
Oh, I like her.
Yeah, that.
What, you don't like kissing?
Nah, it's just funny. She's very, easily embarrassed.
Oh yeah, that too.
I'm heard someone mention Taz has game, whatever that is. Don't know what kind of game,
I can see
but
it.
Taz apparently has game.
Don't get me wrong, I don't blame Ava. Not one bit. Alright.
Didn't like that.
I hope Reese doesn't win. I love Reese. I want to protect him.
Reese
I
is
don't
druid.
want him to have to deal with this. I've seen him do his very best. I've seen him try his very best, and he's like a little wet noodle. I've seen people walk into the Healers Guild and intimidate him, and he just says yes. He can't say no. It's like it's something that he's incapable of. And if anything's even a little bit off the books, it's like, I should ask Doctor. We need to make sure that Doctor is okay with this, right? The only thing he says no to is things that are actually going to help. I don't want the kind of person to be who's in that charge of the Healers Guild to only respond to Doctor and threats.
Wait, what kind of noodle? Dry noodle or wet noodle?
Wet noodle.
Wet noodle. It's a figure of speech from where I'm from.
So that means he can be squished very easily. Noted.
In a way, yes, if you want to take it like that.
Why did everybody run over to the training grounds?
Because it's the training grounds. A lot of stuff happens over there. Fighting, training. And where else can you get away with most of your combat shenanigans?
The forest.
Yeah. I heard the forest got opened up.
Oh, good.
Not gonna lie, I have been wanting to go back there.
What, go to the cave and go on another suicide mission?
There was a specific spot that I wanted to go to. I wanted to check it out again.
Here, let's get you registered first. And then we can go and figure out what to do about that.
We gotta get to the forest.
Seems like...
Get registered.
No, this is
Do you want to get
exactly what
registered
happened.
for the Healers Guild? I can take care of it right now.
Oh, wonderful.
The Healers Guild, the database.
I can walk you through all the
medical
documents.
database.
There you go. If Lazuli is covering for you, I don't need to ask anything. Here's a blank contract for the Healers Guild that we currently have. Just sign your name on it, and I'll throw it in when I can. You and someone else.
Actually, stand up with your back to that tree, please. Before you sit down.
Stand up, put your back to the tree.
What? Okay.
Rem hurt situation.
Oh. When's the last time you weighed yourself?
No one is going to like this.
Uh-oh.
You can weigh yourself?
Julian is currently examining someone. Said someone was someone who apparently went berserk in Healers Guild. Tried to stab and shoot people.
I suspected.
Fuck you.
Yeah.
Interesting, but it's like I'm a healer, like I don't know how to do anything.
What did I just hear?
You are stepping on someone.
Julian, what did I just hear about the Healers Guild?
That apparently there is a crap with the Leviathan hunters again, where people are permanently losing limbs.
Okay, but I heard you apparently assaulted someone. What's this?
I didn't assault anybody. Trust me, you'd know.
Wait, what happens?
Here, somebody... Ark apparently was... I want to take it kind of... I'm going to go with mind controlled. They woke up from, I guess, an injury of some kind, and then started blasting other people until somebody else knocked them out.
We're going to the forest. Goodbye.
Be there in a second. But yeah, no, I didn't
not
attack anybody.
involved. And I'm just hearing all the wrong things then, because I heard you were involved with something relating to Healers Guild.
I mean, I helped. I gave a little bit of bardic inspiration to people, but then I stepped away.
Yeah, that is all. As someone who was there the whole thing, they were only there for a brief moment for bardic inspiration. They were not present for the majority of this.
Yeah, I didn't attack nobody.
Yeah, the main thing we know is
Perhaps we shall make our way to the forest.
Yeah, I'm gonna catch up with my wife. I'll talk to you in a minute. And again, sorry for the miscommunication, but if I'm attacking anybody, it's because they fuck with my family. So, you know, that'll be the only reason.
Julian is okay.
Yeah, I'm okay. Like, I didn't...
About a Healers Guild shooting? What was that about?
They're talking about when the people started waking up and going crazy.
This happened, and that happened in the guild building.
I thought maybe foul shots.
It happened in the guild because of
I was the victim of that. I was the one who
that was insane people.
I don't need 3 voices at the same time. I was asking Nemesis. Continue.
It is because of the
once those unconscious people woke up, 2 of them became very hostile very quickly. And I'm starting to realize maybe all 3 have violent tendencies, or all 4, I mean.
Okay. And I will say that you keep them secluded from the rest of the guild and from each other if that is the case. And keep them under watch.
Yeah.
If it's causing more
Well, it
issues
seems the
like
effects were merely temporary. One of the patients was just there. The Julian's daughter, the Phoenix. I forget the name. Ark, that's it.
They retreated.
Ark was one, and once they were sedated and woke up a second time, they seemed to return back to their normal selves. Along with Emily.
Make a report on it.
Yes, we are going.
Send it to the guild.
I
can
shall
all-
make a separate document on everything that happened, despite the fact of this. Well, they kept saying the knowledge could kill. So, I don't know whether or not to trust these. All
Put it
4
in
of them
the
seem
healer's
a little
database.
off the
That way
rockers.
nobody who doesn't need to know will know.
Yes.
Yes, I'll be sure to write up a report once I have the time.
Right. Now, as for reagents, I would love to help you in this process. And on that note, we really ought to exchange notes at some time because I have been collecting a reagents, their factors, potencies, and all of that, right? And it would be nice to work together because I am looking for things in the current moment, and it's difficult because there are so many things I need to try.
If you want to follow over to the Healers Guild, we could hurry and do that. We could.
Yeah, okay, we could do that. Actually, you know what? Yeah, let's
Not
go.
a lot else to do but clean up right
Wait,
Mm-hmm.
what? Wait. Is everyone heading to the forest?
We're going to the Healers Guild first
Not yet.
because we're going to exchange notes and clean up.
Understood.
And then probably the forest.
Yes.
Okay, hold on. My dumbass is trying to.
Let me grab.
I was thinking.
Take off this helmet.
Dusk.
Sure.
We're gonna be. Oh. There you go. Here, I'll show you. I want to show you something in the Healers Guild before you go to the forest.
Who's going to the Healers Guild anyway?
Oh, okay, good.
Oh, that's what we were all doing.
Here we are. This should be what you're looking for.
Anyone who introduces themselves by their title, family lineage, and everything else.
Sometimes. Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
Thank you. Oh, your pints. Wait, you're also getting things from them? Huh.
Wait, what?
No.
Oh wait, that might have been a that might have been a different delivery. Anywho.
All right. Let me close the door for this. I'm sure they'll catch up when they need to. Nephesis and Dusk. Keep this on the DL because Doctor would be furious if they found out. Under this rug, you're gonna see a whole bunch of parchments, notes, whatever. I've already told you about these.
Yes.
So that you have access to these in the future in case you ever need them. I am going to use my 4th eye to make sure that you have access.
Your 4th eye? What the hell's the 3rd?
Called the 4th eye called a Google.
What the hell is a and well, by the by, what was it you wanted to look at with me?
Earlier,
curious.
Dusk actually helped out, but we were working on brewing a potion. Actually, there's a lot of things that I want to look at with you. That particular instance was I wanted to make sure that I was doing this potion for the Archmage correctly, since I know that you're a very proficient alchemist. Now, Lee, Dusk, Nephesis, all of this is strictly to be held away from Doctor and his lackeys, because they're not going to like some of the stuff that we're working on. I say work. I mean,
Welcome to the Healers
but
Guild.
you're
There's
welcome to help if you want.
there's a what do you call it? A coup happening in the Healers Guild.
Yay.
That's not a coup. I don't care as long as Doctor leaves us alone, right?
I remember
Generally
when I
speaking.
said, like, he says he was never a leader in the first place and he was assigned to it, like, people just were like, oh yeah, your name is Doctor, so.
Fascist. Anyway, the contents of these notes, you are welcome to add to them, make copies of them, distribute to them among us or whoever you meet. The only other person that really knows about these is Crimron. Crimron is, as you're probably all aware, a cop. So if you need cover, Crimron's the guy to go to. Especially if you're looking for certain reagents that are going to be very difficult to find in a legal way. Beyond that point, I'm currently trying to track down a couple of things. I'm focused right now on the polio thing because I've been specifically drilling into Fester for that. My other top priority right now is there's a resident of the town who strictly requires me not to mention their name, who is on a ticking death clock, and I'm trying to figure out what's wrong with them. And I'm trying to get Fester's help indirectly before Fester catches on to what's going on. And they are currently being stabilized using a ritual, so we have a little bit of extra time there. That is what I have been working on over the course of the last week, more or less. And that is why I am so desperate to learn as much as I can about monstrous alchemical reagents in as short a time as possible. And by people like you, I adore. Why are you looking at us like that, Dusk?
I'm looking at the document, sorry.
Oh, okay. It's right.
Sorry, I don't actually have my hands up. Hang on.
Now, Ephesus. What is it you said you wanted to hunt in the forest?
Hunt?
Hunt? Is it already dead?
Wait, what are you talking about? Oh, hunt.
But there was...
That's what you said.
What-
Sorry.
what-
Yes,
what did you think she
it's
said?
it's a peculiar beast. I would have to look up the name again. Though I heard they have incredible anti-disease, anti-inflammatory. Their blood is basically liquid medicine, though if you try to apply it to anyone, it doesn't really work. Now, knowing about these factors, though, that you've learned about, I believe we could possibly synthesize this property and apply it to other things, making it more stable for people.
That would be incredibly useful. And even if it doesn't work, it would be good to know that it doesn't work.
Yes, seeing what we can really do with this factor. Well, one, the beast itself weaponizes diseases. Two, no one hasn't seen, very rarely people have ever encountered one. When they do, they don't live to see the tale, live to tell the tale. And three, well, it's just rare in general. It's hard to find and track down one because their migration patterns last for up to tens of decades, hundreds of decades. They roam around constantly, and to track them is impossible.
But we have reason to believe that there's one in the forest right now?
Well, I never said the forest, though.
Oh.
I do think due to its inescapable properties, since I didn't realize this from beforehand, but I was just told by that shark woman that apparently a property of that island keeps people from leaving it if they get there naturally. The only possible way those beasts can get there is by migrating naturally. So, perhaps a couple years ago, a couple wandered in and got trapped. It's more or less a hunch than anything else, though investigating for them would be good.
If you give me your notes on the... Oh, Dusk?
Oh, I think they just closed the door.
Oh, invisibility.
But yes, I think it's possible they could, though the notes I have on them are sparse and only really ideas. Hell, even the actual book back at the Fell Manor that we had on one, well, it really didn't say a lot. It just said that everything I know, and gave a rather crude drawing of it. The author
this
wasn't
shark
exactly
is
an artist.
This big tall lady with
Well,
the anchor
I don't
that
think
you were
they
beating
need to
the
be.
shit out of?
I don't think they need to be involved if they don't want to be. They just gave me the idea. They just gave me a better idea of what that island does exactly, and why no one was able to leave it up until recently.
Yeah, speaking of, how do you leave it?
The Nexus. Apparently, it seems like it's the only way to get in and out of that place, if I had to take a wild guess.
Well, then we better make sure that we can take care of this soon before the creature figures that out.
Yes.
Are we talking about that forest island?
Yes, the forest island. It basically would function as a giant bear trap for anything that migrates quite naturally. Would explain the diversity you see in the cave life. Wendigos wouldn't normally be traditional to that region, though. Well, at least lasted so long. Yes, there's a Wendigo down in the caves. We saw
Never
them
met a
couple
Wendigo?
times.
I heard myth, stories.
Yeah,
They're
Wendigos
very rare.
exist.
From creature. Well, yeah, that's
Hey,
what I
like, think about it
suspect
like
now.
this.
Just...
Everything's a myth and a story. Like, I heard from a couple people's realms that, you know, elves and drow, they're all mythical, made-up legend, and when they came here, that was a surprise. Some people don't really know what to make out of me, and sometimes I don't either.
Stand on that.
I mean, people
Yeah,
think
what
that
are you again?
people think that umbrals are mythical, and yet we've actually encountered them several times.
Yes. So, everything's fantasy until you realize it's true.
So the creature we're wanting to find, how big is it? Because you were given a sketch. Did it look big?
The
or...
estimate is very inconsistent, because in the official book it says they're giants. Supposedly this guy was the only known survivor, but he wrote it in a haste and drew down a picture in a haste as he was, well, dying to the disease he caught from it.
Dreadful. I will see if I can get
another
them.
book, though, mentions that they're quite small. Whereas he said it was a giant, one mentions it's small, and that might make you think it was a kid.
Maybe they just come in different sizes.
It's possible.
Do you know what a blood type
We don't
is?
really know. Either or, if there's one down there, it's probably the only one. So.
Uh-huh.
Alright, give me your arm. Thank you. Also, do your horns grow back?
I prefer not to find out.
Okay. Worth a
Well,
shot.
we can find out
Before
right
you
now.
ask.
Yeah, fuck it.
They are part of my skull.
No, we could just find out right now. We could just rip them off.
It's
We could
covered by
also
the
just
same skin that
regrow
you
them.
see on my
maybe.
body.
We can regrow bones sometimes. Maybe we could regrow the horn.
No.
Take off a piece. Just a little.
I have seen
little tiny.
plenty of people from my world that have broken horns and it has never grown back, so no.
Fair.
Okay.
Well, nonetheless,
Alright, let's
that's
see if
about
there's
everything we know
anything
about
else
the creature.
on this questionnaire that I need to go through. I know your affinity.
it.
Do you have any allergies that you're aware of?
Actually, that reminds me. We should probably go grab the shark woman, which I keep forgetting the name of, and
Otherwise,
get them
I would have been
signed
dead
up.
by now.
Right, for
They're
sure.
helping
'Cause I
quite
ate
well
a
today,
lot.
so why the hell can't I move? Oh, that's why.
Alright. Sounds good.
Anyway,
I guess
I
we'll
shall
wait here for
return.
you.
Yes, yes. But I did have an idea, by the way. Perhaps we could just send. There's a lot of adventuring guilds on that island. Could just send out one of those, you know, wanted posters or that something. Have a bunch of adventurers kill it for us. We just pay them and.
What do you mean you just pay them?
Oh yeah, wanted
I have like
posters.
14 gold to my name.
I've got a couple hundred.
Wanted.
So, yeah, we probably need to pitch in
Tell
for
the
a
sloppy
proper
people
reward.
to go kill something.
I know there was a wanted poster for me for a bit.
Or we could just have it as simple as, you know, send a bunch of scouts just need to find this creature. You get no reward, though confirming it's on the island will help. Simple as. Anywho,
Alright,
I'll be
that would be
right back.
wonderful. This was a gift. It was given to me specifically because the person who gave it to me believed I would never use it to harm anyone. Anyway, it is a magical sword.
And then you just do a laugh.
And you have harmed somebody with it, I'm sure.
Only monsters. I use it for self-defense in the forest. However, it has two things I can do for it. For one, and you'll see that it just cuts clean through the stone in the ground. However, no good on organic material, like flesh and all of that, right?
I just realized they probably already left, so
we need to patch that up.
Hopefully we'll see them later.
Oh, it doesn't do anything, see?
I'm
at the floor.
Yeah, yeah, don't worry. I'll say it was rats when Doctor asks.
Rats that can cut clean straight through stone.
Yeah, to be fair, we just saw them get pummeled by a mouse, a field mouse, so...
And you'll see it passes straight through the jar on the top of the table without actually cutting into it at all. And you see it passes straight through the floor without cutting into it at all. And, conveniently...
Though now it actually hurts.
It's the opposite. It passes straight through solid objects and only hurts organic material. This thing is one of the most horrifying things I've ever seen in my entire life. Don't worry, I needed to do this today anyway. Hey, don't.
I'm just cleaning it up.
And would be quite the good surgical tool.
Why you do stupid things? Normally, I'm the queen of stupid.
I am... Okay. I hate having so many secrets. This one is more of an open secret, but like, I prefer we don't talk about it too much because it freaks people out. That is how... Once a day, I need to use mana in some capacity. Otherwise, I just start miscasting like a powder keg.
Okay, that's not hard to do. You can cast simple magic spells.
The problem is that there's something wrong with me. I don't really understand what it is. And the only way I can do it is by doing that. Which, now that you have bandaged it up, I will have to do it again later. But you didn't know. It's okay, like, just as a heads up.
It's just a bandage. You can easily cut through it, apparently. Just
no
remove
big
the
deal. I might
bandage.
need it later anyway, so.
Oh no, I just
It is not something that I prefer to do because it is quite painful, but I've learned how to do mana transference pretty consistently, and that's not so bad. So that's kind of what's going on there. So do not be alarmed, please. I understand that it looks bad. I thought you guys already knew, and I'm sorry that I did not preface that. You know how it is with these open secrets with people. I don't know. Dude, do you have any idea how fast it was that the rumors spread among the Archmages of what I was pulling with Fester? Ugh, horrible. They're gossips. They're more gossips than anyone else. Right, Nemesis, you wanted to go hunt down your friend.
Oh, I looked to
They probably went to the forest already.
Yeah. So, but if you wanted to, I know you wanted to. You said something about the disease testing kit and taking a look at me, though. I'm so curious about that.
Yeah, we already used it today.
It can only be used once?
Once a day. A lot of the stuff there needs to dry, and it needs to sit in a sterile bath for a while. Otherwise, you risk
I
ruining the
see.
entire set of the instrumentation. There's still a couple of tools that could be used in there, but like it won't be as accurate.
Well,
It is
you can still
a-
take a look if you want.
Let's do it tomorrow, because it should be ready by then. And I would like to have a look at you. The problem is that it is a contested resource, and I can't carry it around with me all the time, because as soon as Dr. War figures out that I've been doing that, I'm still gonna need to do that at some point, because there's a patient that refuses to come to the Healers Guild. But
Well,
that will just be the one.
I don't know. I think we could save it for the big stuff. I don't think we need to take a look at me with the kit at all. So.
Have you ever heard of the lifeguard principle?
No.
It is something that they teach to some of the... It was one of the things that they taught about in my school. Apparently there was this... When people used to go to the ocean before it was... Yeah. They would tell us, okay, so if somebody is drowning, right? They're sitting in the water, they're thrashing around, and they're begging for help. Please, please help me, all that, right? The most important thing you can do, as somebody who is in a position to help, is to not get pulled in. Because if you become a person in the water who is struggling, then now there are two people in the water who are going, oh God, please help me, help me, help me. And it's a problem. It's a recurring problem. The reason I want to help you, there's a couple of reasons for it, is because if we lose you, we're losing one of the most efficient and knowledgeable alchemists on this entire island.
Gently touch.
Sure, maybe you don't feel that your condition is particularly severe.
Thanks. At least someone vouched for me.
Yes, I'm aware.
Hey, look. I have just met you. Obviously, I trust that you know, but I think if your main... I've seen things out of this man that are important compared to what I'm trying to do right now. I totally trust that you have your expertise and your proficiencies. I just... You know how busy we are. Do you have any idea how rare it is that I get to sit down and talk to people like this? It's ridiculous. I've just met you, is what I'm trying to say.
And ask.
Yeah. Well...
You can easily... Any one of us can be grabbed on a sending stone very easily.
Oh, yes. Sometimes I forget to...
As much as I jab at this one, I still need to ask him for help.
Yes.
Right.
We all each have our specialties. Is someone at the door?
Well, there's a god at the door. I don't think a god needs to enter.
Does God need to ask for permission to enter? Is it like a vampire? If we invite him in, we all get shit rolled?
See you, Ava.
I'll deal with
It's
it.
Ava. It's... Oh, it does? No?
Don't let him in.
You actually don't. So,
I'm in trouble,
Then
sir.
at that point,
I think the hinges have been a little fucked today.
Yeah, having a mentor would be helpful, but...
Oh, are you coming in?
Oh.
there's exchange
okay?
Yes. Has exchanged notes, or is there...
Actually, there is something I could do with your help with a medical matter, if you have the time. It's quick.
Drop.
Yeah, go ahead. Take the time now.
What are you looking for?
We can take a small break from our talks.
Are you under
Does
there?
medical guild have it in private?
Yeah. It doesn't seem like anyone here is sick, right? Yeah.
Follow me.
So, I guess they're all just...
Take them around back. Shoot them like the dogs they are.
Wait.
Face them against the wall.
I'm kidding.
I guess I should take a walk while I'm at it too. Actually, I should probably... I guess I could probably get going to the Glass City soon.
You're not gonna go to the island?
Probably. Well, Wait, what? The island?
The forest?
Oh, I guess I could check up on my clinic. Yeah, sure, I guess I
Because I believe the Glass City isn't open yet.
Yeah, I guess I go
Until, like,
find our
an
little
hour and a half
person then.
later.
Our little missing healer, so I'll take some of the papers with us and get their registration. All done over there.
Where'd last go?
To take care of a private matter, apparently.
Get out though. Where'd they go?
So... Nice weather.
Yes, it's fine weather for now. Nothing wrong.
Has there ever been bad weather?
When the island got invaded, yes.
When was that?
Several months ago.
Ah. Oh, it was during that time.
Similar to your glove. I would kind of nullify the effect.
Oh, you needed to do something urgently.
I have this sword. I don't use it because if I wield it,
He doesn't need to heal anyone.
Oh. Glass comes back. Let her know I'm heading to the forest.
Mm-hmm.
See you around, desk.
Adios. About 60% average on the controllers. Should be good for a bit longer.
have a good supply of.
Yes, I can understand.
Go there. Where did they go? That's incredible. They just up and vanished. Great. Unless it went far in the
Transmutation?
No, no magic, only alchemy.
Multiple things. Yeah.
Everybody always insists that alchemy isn't magic.
Alchemy is not magic. Alchemy is alchemy.
Alchemy is alchemy. Right, okay. Yeah, let's get you to sleep. I mean, what? Sorry, so... Is this four elements? Is this botanical? Is this cryptozoological?
The purpose for why me and Bursta made it is more, the point over there, like he's somewhere over there, is more so that we can like heal, like use them in the healing guild. But currently, since the patient that we need, I don't know where they are. You know,
They're
since
going
it's a
to
ghost.
infect the golem.
Yeah. We're gonna infect
It's
the golem.
worth a
kill
shot,
the
just-
golem. A ghost patient would be fine because it has a disease.
This is...
But for now,
So is
I'm
this
just gonna
is that
teach it
technically a
how to-
homunculus?
No, it's a golem.
No, it's a golem.
Right, okay. I mean, if it works, it works.
No soul.
If you need any help, scream.
Scream.
Speaking of
Sounds
screaming,
like a plan.
bonus
That's a good
round
idea, by the way.
largely.
I was always wondering, because I was always having a little bit of difficulty figuring out how we could run that kind of test. That's very smart, but...
Yeah.
I don't see anything.
Maybe I need to get my ass checked.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's not supposed to be there.
Alright, well, good luck. I'm gonna check on a couple of other people now. I need to see what the hell he's getting up to before something bad happens. Oh, shit. I forgot.
There.
There we go.
Okay.
Alright, Acolyte 2. Let's see if we can put your golem to use.
Is obviously the most expensive. The scalpel is 15 silver, the bandage is 20, and the forceps are 30 gold. Leslie, as you walk up, you see... I am Seldam, the master antiquarian of the Caravaneers. I sell anything that the heart could desire at a price.
Caravaneers?
Well,
I saw like a swirling...
Yes.
I will say,
Leslie, as you walked up, you saw him presenting a scalpel that had a glowing green set of runes on the handle, a bandage covered in strange inscriptions in magical ink, and the most horrific-looking pair of forceps you've ever seen. They're black, made of bone, twisted and gnarled.
Well, I think I'm gonna have to go with the forceps. It's quite the obvious choice. Maybe pricey, but I can't say no to something like that.
Visibility, or at the very least, when someone is hiding.
It is a once per day use. It must recharge every time it is used.
Even if cannot see normally.
Understood. I will keep these safe.
See if something
They'll wrap them in a cloth
Yes.
and put them in his bag folding. And I will be sure
It is
to
how
get
Rem
those.
is able to determine whenever Stern is invisible. He just needs to focus.
That's even tricky with Stern, because Stern has to
Hmm.
accept ways of making himself.
I've been known to deal in various ingredients of
It's hard,
interesting
can at least still
sourcing.
detect spell.
If you're looking for such things, I should have perhaps a few in stock. Though I must ask, do you know a merchant by the name of Grumbo?
Grumbo. Do I? I don't think
Grumbo,
that I do.
a
Describe them.
hobgoblin. He's a hobgoblin man. Came here a few days ago.
Oh yeah,
Oh, is he the one
I
selling
watched
bomb
them through the
moss?
window of the Healers Guild. Yeah, I was up there at the time.
Is that not someone who got stolen from?
Yes, he described a very interesting story to us all at one of the Nexus meetings, where he said that a strange little person of androgynous appearance with blue hair and a yellow highlight tried to steal various alchemical ingredients from him.
That sounds incredibly unfortunate. I'll keep an eye out for anybody matching that description who comes by. I think I might have saw somebody. There's a couple of people with blue hair and yellow highlights that come through. It really could be anyone. But I'm at the Healers Guild, so I can usually peek out the window. So I'll let you know if there's anything problematic happening here.
I'm gonna roll your deception check against the merchant.
That's not good.
I'll make this a public roll.
Merchants get advantage on deception. It's a speechcraft
Versus
thing.
Saldams.
It's speechcraft.
Yes, I'm sure you will keep an eye out. Perhaps when you look in the mirror, you will report them. For you, I, however, am not so quick to prevent sale and profit where it can be made.
Okay.
You are not the first, and I doubt you are not the last thief I will sell to.
I will keep my hands to myself where you can see them when we are dealing.
I can tie up her hands if you want
I
me
would
to.
ask
A little
for
bit of a pinch.
So,
If their hands are tied, how would they hand me the coin? That is ridiculous. All I
true.
ask is that you keep your hands where I can see them.
At least have one of their hands tied. The other hand can be free.
You watch as the ingredient he pulls out is already bundled and wrapped up. A little bit of blood on the wraps, but it is discreetly packaged. An ingredient
How
such
much
as
for
that is worth 15 gold.
Okay. I can give you 14 gold, and I can give you this ancient dwarven gold coin. I don't know if this is worth anything. I hope it's a gold.
Let me take a look.
Out of character, I got that from the Viewmonts.
You're going to watch as he pulls out a dagger that radiates chaos energy. He holds it up to his eye, and both his eye and the dagger flash purple as he identifies the coin. It shall work as a gold, not much of an antiquity of its own, but it still has value as a coin. I will accept it.
Okay, thank you. So here is the rest, and then she takes the package. Thank you.
I would watch your sticky fingers. Merchants talk to each other, after all. No, I do know an associate who might...
How bad is it? Just
Why are you
lay it on
even
me.
asking
I am
in the first place?
I'm an alchemist. I need supplies. I'm working on very important projects.
Most alchemical dealers are already speaking to each other about about keeping an eye out for people with blue hair.
You know, if you wanted to fix this
Real
problem,
quick,
actually, you could just dye your
just
hair,
to-
or maybe cut off the distinctive yellow highlights of yours, if your pride would allow it.
That's true. We could just shave your head. Also, Mountain Man 2 clarify. Just make sure I wrote it down correctly.
I can transfer one injury.
Once per day.
Once per
From
day.
one
You can
person
transfer an injury.
to another.
Got it. Just want to make sure I got that.
Cool.
Right.
Let's
you
put
were
it to the
saying,
test right
Saldana, I believe
now.
it was, sir.
Yes. I know a friend who might be able to help fix your reputation. He takes residence on this island most of the time. But he doesn't really reveal himself after his guild sort of crumbled out from beneath him. But I
you
hear
mean
he's
the
trying to get
Rangers?
it back up and running. No, even older than that.
Well, the day's
My
almost
friend's name is
finished. I would just
Bosco
have to find
Pinchpenny.
someone to test it on.
He's a small
Testing it
hobbit.
myself would be useless. Or I could find someone
keep
with
an eye
an
out for
injury
them.
and test it.
I love Hobbit names.
You say he's taken up
Actually-
residence on his island. Is he here?
Most days he's wandering around. He makes deals with various guilds for protection, insurance. I believe he has an active insurance contract with the Artisans Guild. Make sure none of the he insures all of the goods that come through the harbor, as well as mine. If anything goes missing, he'll pay a certain amount of the value back.
That is good to know. Thank you so much for the advice. Here, and she throws you.
Oh yes, it's
4 silver coins, just like one after the other. Cling, 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 cling. I'll keep an eye out. Appreciate it. I see you've got a little bit of a line.
He's a rather frugal man and a hardball negotiator, shall we say?
I'll keep that in mind.
Understood.
I'll go prepared. All right. Anybody else need anything from Saddam here?
Nope.
Oh, if you're interested in buying more, I'm never against more coin as long as you keep your hands where they are seen.
So,
anything from
the fuck
after
is
all, I still have the scalpel of mending and the self-cleaning bandages.
What's the scalpel of mending?
Scalpel of mending.
The scalpel of mending is a.
Sword.
Is there a
Not
reason
for you.
you're pulling your sword out?
Yeah.
I'd
You
just like
finish
to
your
know the
explanation.
reason.
I would like to show it to you, because
I
I
see.
unfortunately am out of gold right now. So.
You're not doing that. No.
The scalpel of
Oh,
mending.
so
The scalpel of mending is a minor artifact that contains mending within it, but the blade itself is able to operate and work upon inorganic material as though it were flesh. It allows one to treat and operate upon constructs, warforged, elementals, as though they were biological mortal beings. Very effective for those who heal those in various unorthodox biology. And the bandage of self-cleaning is a rather unique item. It is inscrolled with a number of spells of purification, clearing of diseases, prestidigitations to clean the bandage. After every use, it will be cleaned and able to be reused.
How much?
Well, allow me to say that, however, you of course have to wait for the wound to be treated before it can be removed and used again.
Yes.
But for the bandage of the self-cleaning bandage is only 25 silver.
Okay, how much for the
And
scalpel?
the scalpel.
It is 15.
50 silver.
Together it would be about together it would be about 70 silver, about 7 gold for both.
I'd be interested in the scalpel.
Here's 8 gold for both.
The scalpel does require attunement.
Oh, fine. I can attune it to myself. Could always find use for it.
Take a number of days.
I know how attunements work, yes. Believe me.
As long as you're aware.
With competitors.
I'll trade you this slingshot for the scalpel.
Not interested.
Is that slingshot of healing? Is that the slingshot of healing?
That's the slingshot of healing.
Wait. A slingshot of healing.
How?
Consider me mildly amused and intrigued. How does it work?
So anyway, I tested out the forceps, and they really work.
Actually,
I broke my leg.
What you tested on?
Well, Vander had a broken leg. I took that, and I gave it to myself. And I had a broken leg. I healed it, but I had a broken leg.
Praise it for 10 copper.
It's amazing.
Here, somebody shoot my hand with the slingshot. Make haste.
Can shoot Ram.
What? It's got no ammo in it.
Ram's got
Here's a rock.
You're serious, right?
You know what? I'm just gonna.
I'm gonna give you a roll.
Behind you.
For
I've rolled
this. Oh, never mind. Mountain Man already made a roll. So
I can't even see Mountain Man's rolls. Okay.
With an 8, as you fire, it misses and hits the ground behind them. landing right at Red's feet, almost hitting them in the foot.
Like I said, I left my ranger days behind me.
Red.
I'm very accurate.
Let me try.
Oh, you want to try it? All right, cool.
Yeah.
Yes, as she's bleeding profusely.
With a 19, your aim is through, Nephesis. The rock moves at such incredible pace that it hits Lasley's hand, breaking a bone, and it hurts so goddamn much, and then the healing magic takes over and heals the broken bone. It does not, however, heal the wound.
It healed the broken bone that the slingshot caused, not the bleeding that she caused on herself.
Wait, so
that's
the
exactly how I
slingshot just
expected it to
heals
work.
what it destroys?
I swear it's a magic slingshot. I swear it's a magic slingshot. I promise.
It heals the injury it causes.
Oh, that is the best.
That is outstanding.
Okay,
this is amazing parlor trick.
Yeah, I know. Here, shit. Do you want a completely mundane slingshot? I'll give you it for the scalpel.
No. It's a magic slingshot that doesn't hurt.
No,
That's how you sell it.
slingshot is not less than silver.
Yes, but it didn't leave any marks.
Is slingshot interesting enough for
Don't use your mana. Kill yourself.
Amusing.
Hurry it up.
I don't know how much I would pay for it. I would be willing
I would
to
say I could
offer
use the
maybe,
forceps, but I can only use them once.
maybe
No, she
3
needs to
silver
use.
for the
She needs to
slingshot.
do her stuff.
Is that good price for Lazuli? 3 silver for slingshot?
With a 17, you're able to heal your own wound.
What about for the mana transference into the mana crystal?
Into the mana crystal, that will be a flat roll. That's a 6, unsuccessful.
Shit. I haven't been able to do it.
You're
for
at least
the last
able-
few days, and I don't know why.
You're at least able to mend your own wound.
Fuck. Something's wrong. I need to figure it out.
Hey, what's wrong? You want to tell? The 2 healers that are available that could also assist you?
I told you like 5 minutes ago.
I know you did. But that sounds like it's a different issue.
Oh,
This sounds like a conversation not to be had in front of my stall when I'm trying to make an offer.
Oh, sorry.
We'll take the slingshot for 3 silver. Not much, but it's at least a.
There you go,
minor
get some money
curio.
back.
Oh,
I think it'd be the perfect slingshot for a prankster.
Give it to
I'll
you,
keep the
Gene.
slingshot, but
Give it to you,
if we're in the
Gene.
process
Very
of
well.
appraising right now,
Oh,
you saw this cut my hand, right?
Yes.
See, nothing. Right? And, let's see.
It's dirt. Just
Here we go. I'll use
no,
the stone
not the
column.
stalls.
Actually, you know
not the
what, they'll work.
stalls.
Alright, fine.
There's dirt
The corner.
right there.
The corner of the table.
You know what this does, so I'm not going to describe it to you. Similarly now. See? Nothing. Pretty good, right?
Hmm.
I was gonna get
Would you
for
allow
this.
me to appraise it?
You're gonna charge me 10 copper for it.
No, no. If you wish to sell it, I will appraise it myself.
Alright.
I'll step out from behind the
There you go.
stall. Ah, perfect. Again, you're going to watch as he holds the pommel of the dagger up to his eye. The chaotic energies flare again, flashing bright purple. Remix, you are starting to recognize this crystal as genuine, natural-grown chaos crystal. The amount of souls needed to make a dagger of this size are innumerable. For a major artifact such as this, I would be willing to offer many thousands of platinum, in fact.
Many thousands of platinum.
The only
Exact
issue is it appears to be soul bonded. You will have to break that binding.
That's gonna take
the
forever.
other Face's binding and deattune it before you could even hope to sell it, which would take.
What if I
oh,
help
I
you
don't
with
know.
that and you sell it to me?
Several months.
Oh,
At least a month, actually. A month would be, I think, at the
Exactly. I help
minimum.
you de-bond yourself to it, de-attune yourself, and you give it to me.
It take a long ass time.
And then it would be bonded to you.
I could see no possible downside to having a sword like that. It'd be the perfect scalp.
Fair enough.
Or you could take it to someone from the Mages Guild who knows how to actually de-attune it properly, but that will take time.
That will also take time.
Everything is time. Time is not something I exactly have in abundance right now. So, thank you for the appraisal, sir. I appreciate it. I did not know about that caveat. That is troublesome. Oh, God.
Didn't realize about the soul.
Is there
binding, did
anything
you?
else?
Oh, actually.
You did not pay for the information of the, No.
I'll just right.
I was going to fucking slap someone up the head.
The Soul Saber, it is able to change between two modes, as it were. In one modality, it will pass through organic material as though it were not there and cut through inorganic material. In the other modality, it will do the inverse, cutting through organic material but ignoring all inorganic materials. It appears to soul bind to the user and, well, at least to prevent or discourage too many hands passing over its handle. I would classify it as a major artifact.
Major artifact.
Why would you want to get rid of that thing? Like, I'll gladly take it.
Because
but
I need
why
the
hell?
money.
Fair enough. What if I give you all the money in my pocket?
How much is that? And you're still gonna have to
About
help me de-attune
700
it.
gold.
I mean, if you wish, you could always sell your soul.
Oh,
Don't. Don't.
What does that do?
It would completely remove your ability to use magic. I would therefore take ownership of your soul. It would be removed from your body and kept in my possession.
How do you even keep
How much?
Well,
I don't think that's
entirely
something you
depends upon the condition of your soul and the use I could get out of it. Certain souls are worth more than others based on affinity, capacity for magic.
Give me a ballpark. Water affinity.
Water affinity, assuming you are not a mage and not skilled in magic, or have trained yourself in magic at all, base of a water soul would be about, I'd say, 4,000 gold, 300 platinum.
Don't think about it.
You, of course, keep your spirit, your mind, and your body, but I gain ownership of the soul and your ability to use magic.
Don't do it.
What is wrong with you?
Give us a moment, Ashley. Come over here.
What other interesting trinkets you got? Anything similar to those forceps?
No, certain. Specifically like the forceps, no. Nothing else that allows the transference of injuries. But I do have a number of magical items still.
Are you actually
Yes, that would solve my problem. I would no longer be a powder king.
Pull.
Grab.
That would make you someone else's tool. Dumbass. No amount of currency can buy freedom.
It's not freedom. I just need to get rid of the magic. I don't need a soul. I don't need to deal with any of this magical bullshit you guys are doing. I don't want to.
It's not the magical bullshit, it's your soul.
I am made out of a series of chemicals, meat, bones, flesh, blood. Any of this magic shit, which is tacked on, I don't particularly care for.
You're not selling away your magic, you're selling away something else. Basically, your body.
You're so...
Fine. If you're that worried about it, I won't, but I do need a solution for this problem, one way or
worry, it's knowledge. Leslie prefers to be themselves, correct? Prefers to have control over themselves, prefers to have their own life.
Of course, I've been doing pretty well at that so far, I think.
Imagine someone else having say on that and choosing their route instead for you.
Surely they wouldn't. Surely they wouldn't.
Do you know how devious people can be with souls?
It's just... Dude, no, I don't know how devious people can be with souls, because I didn't even know I had one until 5 minutes ago.
Everyone has a soul in constructs.
Let me give you an idea. What do you think that man's knife is made out of?
Looks like some kind of... I don't know. I'm not a mineral.
Chaos crystals. What do you think pure chaos crystals are made out of? Hundreds, if not thousands, of souls. Souls can be used as material, but moreover, that also means you lose whatever you are as a result.
I don't care about this stupid, infernal, extraterrestrial force that has cursed me with this fucking...
How about I put it like this? If you don't care, how about the rest of us? We actually give a shit.
What happens if you just one day are working, and only for one reason or another you faint, and when you wake up, you're surrounded in a cacophony of screaming and suffering?
I think that's a bit fun.
That is what happens if someone uses your soul for a material. You lose everything. If someone chooses to be selfish with your soul, you lose everything.
Ram, I think that's enough. I think she finally gets it in her head, but still.
Can I at least get it removed?
No.
I can hold on to it. Nemesis has a soul cage.
Don't.
Ram, please stop.
Lazuli, you effectively are your soul. If you remove your soul and your spirit, there's nothing left of you. It's not something you can surgically remove.
The only reason you guys are
surgeon,
saying
this
this
is
shit
beyond.
is because you're not haunted by magic that constantly misfires and makes you a danger to everybody around. You don't know what it's like to live like that. I do a lot to stop doing that.
You forget what they've been through, what's happened. You're talking to someone who knows. So
Yeah, and look what
understand
you've done.
that you are not. Yeah,
You've got
and it's
control
not a
now.
problem you can just surgically
Congratulations.
remove.
I can't do
No,
that.
I don't.
Take the fucking hat then.
No.
Proficiency doesn't mean control.
Yeah. Saying you're not the only one who has problems.
Again.
You'd be better off remembering that. And that no one can just sever the fucking problems they have. The only option you have is to work through.
Yeah, Red is making a very fair
you want to
point.
give your input?
You think
Wild. It
I
sounds
go,
like my
I go,
soul is owned by the
Jeez.
committee of all you guys.
We're just trying to help you understand things. Not everything is black and white, plain as can see. Like, there may be a solution, there's always a cost. That is how it also is in alchemy. If you're going to make something, you have to give something. You lose out on the ingredients that are used to make to make potions and poisons and everything like that, which you could be using those ingredients for something else. If you give up your soul to someone, you are losing out on your entire life. You won't be an alchemist anymore. You won't be in the Healer's Guild anymore. You'll be someone's puppet elsewhere. That is what we were trying to make you understand.
Won't sell it to him.
Well, you won't, and you're not going to give it to anybody
But it's my
else.
soul at the end of the day.
Please.
I do what I want with it.
No, I wish I could have said the same.
Actually. Lazuli,
Yes?
give it thought, at least.
I'll give it thought. It's the least I can do out of respect for you guys, even if I think you're acting utterly wrong.
Knowledge is a burden, especially for those who are unaware of it.
And it's better to be knowledgeable than to be ignorant and sell your very existence off without knowing what you're doing.
Even those without the knowledge are still burdened by it. The fact that we're alive is proof of that.
Better to have your soul tampered with than to lose it altogether.
The tourniquet will set itself automatically to cut off the blood flow. Perfect for people who have lost limbs. However, feeding off the person it is applied to, and it is supremely difficult to remove once.
Yes, friend.
Is hungry at all?
Well, maybe I actually might.
I've lost my appetite.
Figured at least should ask.
I want a new bow.
Wow, the one you have. I want a cooler one.
Calliope?
Yeah, Ripley?
This might be a bad time, but your price is going dramatically up. The Crucible alone is 10 gold, sorry.
Let me see what I can do. 1 second. Let's go over there.
Oh, I gathered some materials.
Hydroscale. That's actually worth about 10 gold.
Ooh.
I thought those were 10
You can sell
platinum.
No, 10 gold.
Wait, actually. Wait, no, take back.
10 gold is 1 plat.
Yeah.
10. The conversion rate is by 10. 10 copper is a silver, 10 silver is a gold, 10 gold is a plat.
Go get that appraised while you have the opportunity.
No, I appraised it with him,
Yeah.
but I insulted him earlier, and he was like, "Oh yes, there'll be 10 gold." It only just occurred to me that
Yes, 1 plat.
I'm gonna go
10
punch
gold
something.
plus 1 plat. Oh, okay. I have the pipes. They're in the Healers Guild. Let's see, 2 bronze pipe, 2 copper pipes. I have the pipe end caps over here. I have a block of glass quartz crystal, which I need a cutter to cut into a lid. We just need the bobber, which is a ceramic encased cork. I'll probably get that from a fisher. An armature, preferably steel, or stainless steel, with gold platinum, which is way more expensive. I do not recommend getting gold platinum for an armature. Glass tubing, we can probably get from the Alchemist Guild. And I already made a heat source cage, so...
Perfect. I'll tell you what. I can... Well, normally I give you the sword as insurance, but since that's not on the table...
I hear... Stop. Valkyrie Javelin.
Oh, I have no idea how much this costs, but thank you.
I bought it for about 100
I'll keep it as
plat.
insurance. Oh, beautiful. That is way more than what this project will cost.
I don't need it at the moment for my next mission, so don't worry about it. Just hold on to it, that's all.
Okay, beautiful. Okay.
In the meantime, I'll collect the finances.
Okay, beautiful. I'll total all of this later, but it is...
I know. It's gonna be a lot.
Okay. Yeah, it is going way off budget currently. Apologies.
That's alright. No worries. Here, let me show you something. Ripley.
Ooh.
Me and Ripley are going to the Healer's Guild for something.
Ah, good. Seems like I don't have any choice.
He takes out 3 silver pieces out of him. There you go.
That'll cover the rest. Here you are. Actually, allow me to bundle this for you, my friend.
Don't bundle
Let me quickly do a narration. What you see in the corners of the Healers Guild is a cauldron, which has been set up with a tube, which Lashley checks very briefly, with several water skins and vials on the top, valves that have been specifically configured, and a tube going down into the middle of the cauldron through a little hole in the lid. If you look inside, you will see some kind of crust forming on some fluid that you can't quite identify. And you will see, in addition, right, that with a whole bunch of warning notes, right? Just skulls, crossbones, all that kind of stuff. This is kind of what I'm trying to automate, because we calibrated this one with this ratio of heat to sugar to blood, and we are doing okay. However, for subsequent projects, we're going to have to recalibrate it every single time, and it's a very manual and involved process. I often end up not capable of monitoring this project frequently, and I know that I don't actually have the automations that my professor has. So I was hoping that I could find a few. Here's the model of what I'm trying to do. I just wanted to make sure.
Val,
like,
did you see
you
the
had,
lovely
like, the
little
reference
trinket
here.
I got from that man over there? No.
Yeah.
Right. It is out of its charge for today, though he pulls out these forceps that are made of
think I
black
put some
bone and look incredibly hellish.
Tubes over there. Out of
And,
copper.
so, these, once a day, I can take an injury from anyone else and apply it to another person. Doesn't even need to be
I'll put it
myself,
with the
it
rest
can
of
be
the
anyone I
materials
choose.
for now until it's ready to assemble, and I have the payment for you.
I see.
Yes. I'm thinking I could use it as weaponry if I truly wanted, though.
Thank you, Ripley. I appreciate
Trying to
it.
use
Thanks.
forceps in
Hello
close
again.
quarters combat probably
How
won't
did the
go
project go?
Worse than expected. Seems like my
Oh, no.
portion of infertility wasn't as high of a price as I would have liked. Or maybe I was just ripped off, I don't know.
That seems to happen a lot around here.
Like, they do
And
have to
I'm
make
not-
a profit, so it's not out of the question that maybe they lowballed your supply.
Yeah, what I've learned is don't trust the merchants to appraise the stuff they're selling to you. Get second opinions. It's a rat's nest out there.
True.
Nemesis, you wanted to talk.
But I got what I needed.
Oh, yes. I know you didn't want to, you wanted to use the good supplies, the disease testing kit from Fester, though I do highly say against it. I will give you a sample, and
So, like,
you
what the
you
hell's
can just take a
going on with
normal
the
look at
cauldron
it.
in the
That's-
corner?
I would hate to waste it. The use of such a
Also, he's just doing some alchemy, that's all.
Alright. I can take a look.
Yes, of course.
Out of character.
And I'll just
when
give
it's
you a
been
roll
used,
for it.
it is a +6.
Well. Alright, I did not know that. But either or.
Yes, it's
so,
+6
with
when it's not
advantage-
being used for its daily ability.
Alright, so. So, this is the first time that you've actually gotten a sample and could see Ephis's flesh up close.
I believe, for the spell fire.
And the 19, you're able to really pick away at it. You're able to pull out some better tools, and you're able to kind of get some really good looks at what is going on here. And something you recognize is, albeit
Their
the cells
through our craft, we can
Am I
make
yelling?
something more
Sorry, someone over there was like, I was just telling them that they're like, I'm missing my left leg, just so people who
You know what?
who weren't there for that are aware of that.
Are you in a VC? I will
Well,
describe
like it's been cut off, or you just like tracker stuff?
I am in healer chat, but I can move.
In character, you barrel is
just
floating like
up
this, and when you
to
look,
red wall
it seems like from like nothing beyond the pant leg here is there. It's just gone.
Fuck happened to you?
Yes, I can hear.
A complicated situation in which I took a risk to help a patient and paid a very steep price for it, which I may continue to pay in the days to come.
Where's the gold, by the way?
I've managed to acquire a prosthetic. I just now need a crafter to actually modify the fucking thing to fit my body.
Crafter right there.
1 second.
Are you good with Magitech?
Never mind. Probably try to find Steam if you can.
Yeah. Steam's thing.
Like, the leg is like some Warforged prosthetic. It's just built for straight legs, and I don't have those.
Yeah.
My legs are not straight.
I'm back.
Oh, hi, Ryan. You just see me hand-holding the...
Having trouble, door?
Thank you.
Acolytes, there you are.
Here's the goal. This is just slightly push it forward.
So, what'd you find?
What the fuck are you?
What do you mean?
That's a great question.
Rude.
I had to ask myself that same question when I saw a hole in his face.
I was right. I was always kind of told I was human, though. Now that I'm thinking about it.
No, not very many humans survive a fucking hole straight to their brain.
Yeah, yeah, that's true.
And if it was from
I have so many tests that I want to run.
Test his brain. His jaw, his cheek.
Yes, I know. We were there.
His skull was just. Yes.
You
Yes.
are allowed to ask
Fucking gone.
one additional question of your choosing. Research one more thing.
Research one more thing. She would like to. Let me do this in the VC.
Yep.
The worst part is I could still feel it.
You phantom leg pain?
See, that's the thing. I don't actually think that's what this is, and that's the deeply concerning part. Fucking itches, and I can't scratch it.
What are you making? Yes.
Thing I read in a book once. Okay, what do I say, by the way? I heard phantom limb and it itches and I can't scratch it.
Basically, I miss.
You can see he's missing.
You look, and their left leg is gone. Yeah, their leg is gone. She's just completely missing the left leg. I can still feel it, and the worst part is I don't think that's phantom limb syndrome that I'm experiencing. I think something else is happening, which is not fun. But there's nothing I can do about it for the moment. That is just sort of a problem that needs to illuminate itself.
So, what do we got?
Yeah, probably not.
You're-
I can't explain any more because when I explain this to 3 other people, like I explain this to 5
You should
people,
not talk
3
to
of them lost
people
consciousness.
about what you are. You should keep it to people you really trust, and especially don't mention it to the doctor. Either.
You wanna start kicking
I know
people
you don't
out of the
know,
room
and
right now so we can figure it out?
No, that's not. That's all I can do with this. It's I've run every
I guess
single
it's
test
good I
can
can
think
trust
of here,
you.
but yes, I mean, you know how people are with their secrets, but there's a couple of problems related to specific. Let me take this off. I'm done working.
Alright, I think we'll leave it at that then.
I feel, unless you feel comfortable with me saying it out loud, you are in a sense a patient, and doctor-patient confidentiality is important. So
Fair.
would you like me to
I'm
discuss
gonna be
it
honest,
here, or
I
would you
don't
like
even
me to
know what
save
you're
it?
about to say, so I guess tell me... Yeah, tell me first before you tell anyone else.
Okay,
So
everyone
I
to that side of the
room.
room.
Actually, you know what?
Or actually, you could just go in the
Leslie
Discord.
is going to, I could also just say leisurely explains what was literally just narrated to her.
Oh yeah, that's it. You're smart. Yeah. Huh.
Krista, I don't think you actually need to cover your ears like that.
What?
I think he's just holding his head.
Stop covering your ears. No need to.
Well, since I'm not gonna find a Magitech expert for the day, I think I'm probably gonna take the opportunity to just...
Have you tried checking the... Well, I would say go to the forest, but I think in your condition, maybe not.
I was just at the forest. There's some altercation that was happening there, and I'm not in any condition to fight effectively.
Fair. Then you should probably go rest up while you can. Then I'll contact Steam and let them know that they'll be needed to treat you.
Yep.
This is something very...
Oh, don't forget about the, since you're in the Healers Guild, there's the democracy vote going on. You didn't notice?
Yeah. I still have to figure out who the hell I even want to put up to that. It has to be someone I can trust and not...
Some plague god.
Yeah.
Someone to take the job seriously is what
I say I can be trustworthy, but I know a lot of people have their opinions on me.
I was wondering if Emily was around.
Basically, if I haven't caught someone making a play or blowing the place up or at some other tomfoolery, then they're in my running.
Through my own judgment, I'm keeping it a secret.
I can just send
Alright.
Fair.
Actually.
If there's an emergency and they need medical treatment, I don't really suspect that it's going to be... I don't think it's going to come up. But if you do have any questions and it's an emergency and Nemesis can't explain it to you, you can come find me. An emergency.
Just start scribbling down.
Know what the definition of emergency is.
I know it's eclipse boards too.
Life-threatening.
Yes, I know what that means.
I have a lot to unpack tonight, so I'm going to check in. I shall see you
Rest well.
city.
On both.
Understood. I'll probably be going there in a bit.
I explained it before you could.
Okay. I guess I'm out of here.
Yeah.
If you
Take
break
care.
it,
Need anything?
the same thing happens to the other one.
A leg, but I'm working on that.
Right. I figured that if you were in dire need of medical attention, you would have been screaming. I just wanted to make sure, because some people are quite stoic.
Yeah, that's fair.
You just have to read it, and it doesn't just immediately get brained into your, into your brain.
That reminds me, I need to go find the new alchemist and sign them up. I think they went to the forest, but I'm not quite sure.
Alright, well.
I am not the
They probably went to
One
the
step at a time.
my idea.
There's a new
Where are they?
alchemist.
It's a good idea.
I believe that they're at the forest, but I'm not. Wait, what's it to you?
Alright, well.
I like alchemy.
Looks forwards to.
Yeah, I like alchemy too. Join the club. I just like I don't want. You're not like bothered or anything by it. No.
No.
Are you new here? I haven't quite seen you around. You said that you were the master of him over there, right? Has this been a
Acolytes.
recent thing?
I'll see you tomorrow too.
Who am I?
I'm sorry, is my blocking the stairs for you? Do you gotta come in?
What?
No, door's open, sorry.
Come in if you need.
She's wondering who I am. You tell her.
She's our master. He's our master,
Yeah,
not you.
he's our teacher, master, whichever way you want to say it. He has never actually told me his name.
Yep.
I believe that I've asked like 3 times. But I
Grand
haven't
Master,
gotten an
are
answer
you
yet.
are you learning alchemy?
Yes.
Yeah.
4
And also
elements:
we made
cryptozoology, botanical. Is this the golem?
It's just a clay golem that looks like a practice dummy.
Huh. I don't mean. I know Alfred's size is all very protective and everything along those lines.
This is the exact same golem you saw earlier, by the way, that I was caring for.
Yeah. That's why I figured. Is it the same? So wait. Did you guys make this using botanical things? Did you use 4 elements alchemy? Did you use monstrous biology? Did you use Christology?
Clay.
Did you use
Clay sticks, crystals in the middle.
Yeah, clay sticks, the crystal core, and basically branches that I druid crafted into lattice work skeleton.
Wait.
Basically.
Yeah, if you cut him open, he has a wonderful.
Just to make its shape.
Okay, wonderful. That's odd. I haven't actually met any Christologists around here, and if that's what you're doing, that's bizarre. I assume that's what you've all been teaching then. How long have you been learning?
Teaching us how to make this golem for about like 2-3 a week.
Aren't you also forgetting something, Acolyte?
Also potions. He's been teaching us how to brew potions.
How did you get so big?
Have you met me when I was about yay high?
Yeah, no.
I had the same mask and hat, but
I'm afraid not. I'm new here.
Grew
Yeah, he
due
was a
to
short boy. He was once a short boy.
due to me
Wait a
making a
second.
deal with our master here.
And it's permanent?
It is permanent with the modifications we used. It is. I hope it's permanent. I hope it just doesn't last a really long time.
Yeah.
When you teach someone to make potions, are you teaching them to use botanical ingredients, cryptozoological ingredients, crystological ingredients?
I don't deal in
Botanical?
categories. I teach them alchemy.
Mostly botanical.
Mostly botanical? Okay, that's wonderful. I would love to trade notes with both of you at some point if you're interested. There's a lot that I'm trying to figure out really fast. You know the whole curing polio thing. You know how it is. That would be lovely. I'm currently really only focused on the monstrous alchemy bit for the moment because that's what my master has been teaching me. So I'm really, really short in all of the other domains.
Who's your master?
I know a little bit about...
Let her finish her sentence. Come on, man.
You wouldn't know them. They specialize in monstrous alchemy, a little bit of alchemical matrices, a little bit of healing magic.
I'll mention the name if you don't have to.
Yeah.
I see.
You know how alchemists are with their secrets. He would probably kill me if I told anybody too much. Right. But that doesn't mean that I can't exchange notes. Exchanging notes is more than Don't you dare! Don't you careful. What are you looking for?
Where did that thing get in here?
This one is member of guild.
Hi.
The what?
This one is looking for ingredients to make new healing potions.
Could always check over
you a
here on
botanical
the
alchemist?
table.
Again with the healing. Yes.
Perfect. I got just the thing for you.
You're in the Healers Guild. What do you think is going to happen?
The Alchemist Guild.
One, what I believe
Where is the
to be
Alchemist
a
Guild
unit of
building?
life root.
I believe in the.
I hear it can make a good coffee, but if you know about botanical alchemy...
Wait a minute, why haven't I never been there? I'll go there later. You
so
will
there
show
is,
me.
to I understand, an alchemist's guild. It is down that way, down the way. It's a small building.
It's run by Norn.
Never there.
That? Right. That one?
Well, I will be there soon.
It's right next to the Seekers Guild.
What is... Yeah?
Do you know who owns the apothecary?
Norn.
Because I've seen it. I've seen the door opened, and I have not seen anybody in there.
I know that they're a friend of Doctor. That's all I know. I know that Doctor was launching trick chickens at the building the first day I got here.
Big brown furry dog wears armor. Name is Norn. I think one of his eyes is slashed out.
What she said. What's so funny? What's so funny?
I have thought to use eggs to egg a house. I've never thought to use the entire chicken before.
Yeah. I had to be honest, I don't really know much about this Norn character, but if they're anything like Doctor, they're no use. Doctor's always speaking in riddles and everything like that. You want to learn alchemy? Well, solve me these riddles too. And I'm gonna be real, nobody got time for that. Alchemy can be taught just like normally if you find a reasonable person, right?
Like him.
But it is... Yeah.
Yes.
On that note, I don't believe I've properly introduced myself now, have I?
No.
Dr. Lashley Calliope, very best medic in this side of the coin, including specializations not necessarily limited to limb attachment, limb detachment, partial limb reattachment, drug synthesis, drug treatment, drug addiction synthesis, drug addiction treatment, so on and so forth. It is an honor and a pleasure to make your acquaintance.
Do you want to learn from me?
What's the catch?
Nothing.
The catch is you have to do everything the hard way.
Yeah. And hug him
No
at least
magic.
once.
You know what happened the last time somebody tried to do something the hard way with me? Also, Mountain Man, what's actually happening over here? Can Lashley see?
You will see that he is making a healing potion out of botanical ingredients, very bog standard with the addition, and he is not actually using the life root you've given him at all. Looks like he's using a mix of funguses and mosses.
Right. Anyway. Sorry about that. By
That's
the way,
another
that
way
is
of
somebody
going
from
about
the
it.
Healers Guild. They helped protect the building against a Chaos Elemental attack the other day. I'll tell you what. I would be more than happy to learn if you're willing to teach. I've been trying to collect as much of the information on this stuff as I possibly could, and you know how it is these days. Just the caveat, you're gonna have to explain what the actual catch is before we do anything at all.
You have to hug me.
Why is that bad? Are they have like disease or something?
Those lines.
Leslie, if you...
The vials are
Under the table, should be.
This one thanks you.
Of course.
The things I use my body to accomplish.
Leslie, I would have offered you if... Well, never mind.
He takes a bit of life from you. You will be tired for the rest of the day. Thank you.
Leslie, if you were looking for someone to learn alchemy from, you could have asked, but...
It's an honor and pleasure to make your acquaintance. Can we keep this on the DL from my other master? I would prefer that they don't know about it. Thank you. Wonderful. Again, alchemical teachers, not all of them, but they all seem to have a quirk to them.
Do you want to get every single alchemical teacher you can find?
Collect them like jewelry.
Anybody who can actually work and who can actually teach me things, I'm more than willing to go with. Also, I see you've been
Hello.
standing there for a while. Are you sick, injured, or a healer?
They have the healer's emblem.
Okay,
Still fairly new.
Just checking.
Somewhat of a
Oh!
pathology-based
Oh, how new?
alchemist.
I feel like I've
Though
seen you once
my
before.
methods of actually gathering and making
Technically, I've seen
the
you
ingredients
twice.
are
One was in Glass City, and the other time was in the whole class we had,
things with
I think, a
alchemy
few
are.
days ago.
Yes.
Right, yes, of course. Well, allow me to properly introduce myself. I'm Dr. Lashley Calliope, very best medical student
Next
inside the
time
coin,
we're going to the
specializing in
swamp.
everything included but not limited to limb attachment, limb detachment, partial limb reattachment, drug synthesis, drug treatment, addiction synthesis, addiction treatment, and everything else under the medical nature that you could possibly need. It's an honor and a pleasure. And you are?
Name is Ellie.
This is why I need to get a weapon.
Nice to meet you,
Actually, I just
Leslie.
realized.
Nice to
I'm
meet you,
hoping
Ellie.
once-
Do this
I did
properly.
not pick up the rest of your name, I do apologize.
Dr. Lashley
Yeah.
Calliope. You can just call me Z.
I mean, what I plan on doing is going
So,
to
let me
the
actually
Glass City.
check a little bit of
since
documentation
I
here
messaged
real
Malcolm
fast.
and DM'd him, not DM,
it was
what's it called?
I am looking for...
So,
I use my
barely
sending
show up,
zone
honestly.
to contact
Unless it's only been 2
out
weeks,
in
I don't know.
outside of Aether. And
No, it's wonderful.
No plans to go.
Da-da-da-da.
So I can be at.
Yep,
I
alright,
can
you're
be
in
at
here.
Cassidy.
Wonderful. So I assume that you've already gone through the onboarding process.
Yeah.
I'm over here behind the window.
Alright, that's awesome.
The door's locked.
I just need to find time
Actually,
to
I
show
just
up
realized.
I
Acolytes.
Door is not locked.
Once you have time.
Fire, did you?
I can't open it for some reason.
I don't want to waste time teaching you something you already know. Hmm? Yes, that's what we're gonna do next.
I'm in.
Since these acolytes don't want to defend themselves, voice healing and such. So I'm
Should
gonna
we
give
say
them the
for
weapon of choice.
tomorrow afternoon at Redwall? Because
Yes.
we're gonna be in Redwall next afternoon.
Yes. That's what we're gonna do. Yeah, in Redwall.
Understood.
Now, if
this
you
is lovely.
excuse me, I want to see this alchemist building.
Yes, I should warn you, it's trapped with runes. So if you step inside, Norn will know. I learned that one the hard way.
I am part of the Alchemists Guild. You sent my letter, I'm part of it. I've never actually met someone, any of them, but I'm part of the Alchemist Guild.
Wait, the guild is still operational? I thought that they were defunct.
I sent a letter, and I got accepted.
Really? No, that's peculiar. Be careful with them. They're
Seems
a little
like
bit,
it's time to revive it. I'm going to check it out myself.
Be careful.
You wanna join Acolytes?
They're the
Yeah.
prissy goody two-shoes sorts of alchemists.
Alright, fine.
Oh, y'all have fun with that.
Alright, let's go. How are you?
It's time we don't.
For the second you looked at me, I went,
We don't
like,
misuse the Healers Guild for their healing and such.
Are you coming?
Yeah.
I guess so.
Understood.
I'm just staying here just in case I meet people.
I actually still have the letter I sent to the Alchemists Guild. Do you want to read it?
Wait, hold on. You didn't send it to them?
I did, but I kept a copy.
No, he still has.
Okay.
You can go do whatever you want, see whatever you want. We're learning about alchemy. Speaking of.
Okay, one moment. I need to look through my Discord chat. One moment.
Good to see you again. You know what I know? I heard a rumor that the alchemists are reforming into a guild.
Where'd he go?
As you know,
No, the master ran that way.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
You went to
Where
go
is it?
switching through letters.
I wouldn't call it a good idea to join the guild necessarily, but it's cool that they're gonna be
This
around.
one? Nope.
Because let me tell you, it is exhausting learning all of this stuff. It's so precise, it's so
Ah, there it
finicky.
is.
You do one wrong thing and nothing even works in the slightest. It's a catastrophe, you know. But regardless,
it's better than doing
That's our play goal we made. We forgot to install the.
Yes.
We forgot to install like what was it?
Yes.
The Kickstarter, the thing, how to make life into the thing before we fired him up. So for a second he was just a lifeless body.
Yes.
Yes. Before he taught us how to actually like put the life.
You're good.
What is it called? Catalyst. We forgot to put the catalyst in before putting the clay in, but he did show us a way to get the catalyst in there even after the clay has been fired.
Just don't tell them what the catalyst actually was.
No, it took me a long time to remove the word catalyst. I will not say I did not say any.
Where's Acolyte 1?
I don't think I was around for that.
Because I just set down the clay golem.
She was with us.
It's not very fast, and it can't operate the doors.
Oh, I don't know.
Yes.
Yeah.
He was like,
Yeah.
don't sell your soul.
Trap. Yeah. I know.
I don't know what you're talking about. Things have been going well this morning. Be more specific. A lot of the things I do are
Our
called
name is
trouble.
the exact same, although be with the
I was stopped from that,
be with the
unfortunately.
skin.
I'm trying to get rid of mine, see, but all of these people, they're so caught up in their ability to do magic, right?
No.
That they aren't willing to consider a world without it.
Alright, you can see how he takes out, like,
I'd love to get rid of
letter.
it, but they were like, no, you can't sell your soul, that's sacred, and all that jazz.
In Discord, I sent you the actual picture if you want to give it a read.
I don't see it yet.
Yeah, it takes some time. There you go.
There it is. The head of the Alchemist So you are... Oh, you made this. I forgot. Sorry.
Everybody seems to believe that, but I don't know how true that is. That's the
Then
thing.
I got a pamphlet.
I
I'm
can run a
official
test
member
first
of
to
it.
make sure.
Apparently,
Question for you about
I need to
that,
categorize myself in one of these specialties.
Who exactly is your mistress? Have I met
I'm
them?
more broad than that, but I'm
Agony.
stick to one.
Oh, that's fine. I'm used to it.
Not gonna do solo on one thing. Alright, off to the Alchemist Guild.
Right, okay. I have been considering...
See that?
I have been considering... Have you heard of a soul cage?
Yeah.
Alright, let's wait for Acolyte 3. Whoa.
The soul cage, as I understand it, is capable, from the schematic I read, of containing a soul, while still extracting the useful part out of it. So I was thinking, if you're all so opposed to me selling my soul, then I'll get a soul cage for it instead, and I'll just keep it.
What's up with
that?
that?
Might be a reasonable compromise.
I don't have a drink to take a shot of.
So, there's somebody who has experienced people. You're right.
This is Aether, nobody is.
Did you crack your head or something? Your personality, your body doesn't
Move on that?
Your sense of
At
self.
all?
It is. Yes, your brain.
Out of character?
Your soul is the spark that starts the engine.
Okay.
Which is your brain.
I'm pretty sure it's
Never
a
mind.
mask.
He's got his head in the right place.
I'm sure that guy just wears a mask. Later, I must ask to pet you because you're.
See, I would believe you if I didn't know
Like
somebody
ours.
who's already been through that procedure.
Like ours.
That's what I want to figure out. My soul has a problem.
Yeah.
I was getting, what was it, a few thousand gold. It was pretty good if you ask me.
That's 10 flat.
It's 1 to 10. Gold and flat is 1 to 10, not 1 to 100.
Either way, that fancy ass merchant over there was just
I mean, I got it on the mile, even though it didn't work really like I expected it to.
Are you sure you're getting a good price for your soul? No, something even bigger.
Although, question: do you want to? Do you want to also see what I'm doing? Well, to notice what I'm doing as well, not just setting.
It's just the soul of some sinner going for gold or okay, gold.
I'll tell you what.
It's the soul of
See,
some
this
sinner.
spot, I do have a brush that just collects the hair versus until I like. I still have the hair on here and just.
Okay.
Can be good substance. Wow, okay.
Yeah, I do keep the
Also,
hair.
where's the golem?
Yeah, she's corrupted.
Do you lead your golem at the Healer's Guild? Or is it right here? Right next to you. Ah, there it is.
It's like I pack the hair into like little bags, put it inside.
I'll tell you what. I would. 20.
Yeah, you're really
What voodoo are you doing?
I promised I would
just put on my hat again.
But I'm gonna be real with you guys. I would pay to get my soul extracted. I don't want it. It's causing me too many
Golem
problems.
mimics your pulse.
So if somebody's willing to give me any money at all for it, I'll take
Is
that.
causing you problems.
Yes.
Yes.
People's stomachs and livers can have problems too. That doesn't
There's
mean
not
the
a lot
answer
of
is to cut them
fur.
out.
That's fair.
More people should know that.
I'm trying to
Also,
fix
hi
the
again.
problem. Nobody else has bothered to help.
Hello.
This is the easiest and most effective way I can think of. That's what I would say.
It's Raven and Brisk.
And people.
Brisk.
And there's another one. As it's just like how many this time? Like how many?
You know what? It's an open secret at this point.
23 people that can't say your name, or 23
Yeah, just
people that can?
Let's go to 23 people on who don't roll the R's the first time.
Oh yeah, of course. I'll leave you guys to the outside.
Disappointing, yeah.
We are planning to leave the heads up. We're planning to make the guild hall in Forest Ruin. That's the word we're doing now. So
This
the forest.
I can do.
That'll be
Oh, that's neat.
And
Hopefully they have protections.
That's a development.
Well,
They got runes in here already. So there's going to be protections.
problem
for the building, but hopefully they make it.
is that
They have the same protections.
it happens by
Make sure I don't fall off this platform.
It happens by accident.
it won't be in Redwall. It'll be in the new forest.
Well,
Where all the
I was
caves
just
are.
using it as
Here, I'll move this out of your way.
So it has the same protections
Oh
allotted.
shit!
to
You gonna roll for that, or do you
like,
want me
in
to?
the forest.
It's cast for a magic item.
Putting it in the
Oh
forest
fuck!
area.
Damn,
would be a bit
aced.
due to the resource
Benefits,
demand
magic
and
patches.
take resources. from
And
the caves.
I have had to every day. Some of you know about this. Discharge mana into
Is it the
crystals,
island of
right? So that I don't start accidentally bursting my body open because I'm full of mana and it has nowhere to go.
Probably to the residents of the island.
And it's been getting
It
worse.
is connected to the Nexus.
That because I've been getting better at it.
Available in mornings.
Yeah, as you continue to use magic, your mana circuits will continue to expand, and you will become more proficient with it. So you have more mana to burn.
Yeah.
And this is the only way you have discharging mana.
It just needs to be.
It's manageable right now. I'm already tired and lightheaded. God, I'm tired. What the fuck? Why am I so tired?
As long as you don't take things from the caves
believe in
or
increasing
trees, and without giving
might be
anything,
able to help
then
you.
you should be fine. As long as
Since
you give
you're not-
something
you're
back
not
Maybe.
the same value.
That would be nice. I was tired before I did this.
I'm unfamiliar
But-
with the rules of this
Yes,
world.
but I forgot to listen.
But
I did hear it, but
where I'm from, mana is produced within the not produced within the
Also, heard something about souls.
Whilst we rest,
Sorry, you took something
and working
without
within our
giving.
brains,
Oh my god.
gathers that
I guess
mana.
you did give blood
And
because that creature
yeah.
slashed you.
Which
Whatever.
yeah, you're right.
supply of sorts.
I also heard something about souls.
It's a physical organ. Well, a node within our brain.
I'm sure it's
but I don't know
The
if
one
that's
that's currently spinning
I
blood
forgot
in
to
her
heal
hand like a
myself,
fidget
but-
toy.
might be a
Is
little
probably the one you want to talk to about
instead
that.
of a soul issue.
I mean, if the
You're gonna
bear
see like a whole bunch of weird scars on your arms, and like some bulging veins. Yeah, I figured that might be a possibility, but even still,
And for me to go.
my fear is that my mana circuits are gonna outpace, my regular veins. And if I can get rid of my soul, then the magic goes with it. I won't have to keep doing this.
You of all people should know that that's only true technically.
Hopefully, Acolyte
You'll still be here, but you won't.
So we can.
I don't even know
not
if souls
true.
are a thing
One
where
of my
I'm from, but
best
this sounds like a
friends-
terrible idea on its face.
My best friend took their soul out, and they're fine. One of my best friends, anyway.
May I ask who?
The doctor-patient confidentiality. You know how it is.
See you in red.
Fair enough.
The better question is this person here in Aether? Or is it this
Oh, yeah.
person from your old realm? Oh,
No, this is somebody here. I met them here, actually.
And your friend is
Are they
functional
undead?
without their soul?
They sure are.
Removing your soul isn't something to be taken lightly. Your soul and your spirit are different. Your soul is effectively your magical essence. Your spirit is the spark of who you are that makes you more than just a bag of flesh and blood.
likely since
But the
he's-
soul and spirit still have links between
Do we know what he does? Other than
remove one,
Idiot needs treatment.
Yeah, 1 second.
What
You're
happened?
gonna see her just fucking splash it across the ground. What's the problem?
This buffoon tried to cast spells they hadn't identified yet. You see, she has 2 critical injuries. All of her fingers are all but blasted off of her hand, and there is deep craters up her arm as explosions have ripped up it. It is limp at her side.
No, careful about moving that arm at least.
Okay.
Jesus.
Okay.
You absolute buffoon.
Okay, I believe that she gets the point as in... Because she can't point right now anymore. Just... Save the lecturing for after she can actually...
No, this is the
please.
perfect time for lecturing. This is the perfect time for a lecture.
Oh.
You don't get to be as an archmage of soul by being weak, though. Don't underestimate him.
Yeah. Can we just sit down somewhere?
Take a bed.
This is the consequences of their own
Can you
actions.
help? I'm feeling really out of it right now.
Oh, yeah. I don't know how it would work here. I've
Yeah.
I don't really.
I want to have a small talk with you later. If you're whenever.
Understood.
I leave it in the hands of the healers.
Thank you, Califax. What did you?
All right, pressure.
Not going to join us.
What was the spell she was trying to cast in the first place?
I don't know. I watched her from the tower walk to the edge of the island, open a spell book I'd never seen before, and then cast a spell that blew up in her face. From the looks of it, it must have been a restricted spell of some kind.
Good thing we don't have any of the Tower of Purgation dragons here.
And any magi should be able to identify a restricted spell, and know better than to cast it without identifying it.
Yeah. It's the first time I saw one.
I
There.
have no idea what that is.
You're not a... You didn't pass a magi trial. You are, at best, considered a novice. They are magi proper, and I am highly disappointed in this lapse of judgment of theirs.
Damage is pretty severe. Careful.
Doesn't really hurt. I don't really feel it. No.
Yeah, of course you're not gonna feel it because all of your nerve endings have also been blasted off. You've completely destroyed like half of your arm.
I just pull out a partially used jar of just numbing agent. You might want to use this after.
Might need to use some of it now to try and adjust. See if we can revive any of the nerves.
You are able to, Leslie, you're able to get most of the fingers reconnected and reattached with your treatment. However, Dusk, with 2 3s, the damage along their right arm is extensive, and you know that you really don't have time to do anything other than to try to save it.
I mean, unidentified spell is
If
spell you personally don't know.
Stern is at real risk of losing their arm if you don't act quickly.
Yeah. Alright. Gonna do it the magical way and... Yep. Good. I don't remember that. Do it the magical way and cast dark magic to heal as much as I can.
As you do so, you begin pouring magic into Stern's arm, and at first the flesh doesn't really seem to respond well. It grows poorly, but with your experience as a healer, you quickly change and guide the flesh to a more natural state. And with a 16, you are able to seal the arm, closing up all of the craters that had been blasted across it.
Alright. Can wrap up the
You
arm
got
now.
any ideas? I've never dealt with a critical miscast like this before. It's always different. Every time.
It's been a while since I've healed, so I don't fully have an idea.
I haven't had to reattach any digits.
It's not my department. Califax, you're in charge. She's your student.
Limb reattachment is my specialty. I'd love to teach.
There is a difference between a standard spell miscasting and the miscasting of a restricted spell. Speaking of, are you able to get her digits in working order well enough to cast magic? We're going to have to go back out to the site of the miscast and fix all of the damage to the ley lines she just caused.
I can try and assist with that.
Not without resorting to some pretty extreme measures.
No.
By all means.
You wouldn't. There's no way you'd agree.
What is the
Actually, you remember the first day I met you? That. Now, before I do anything, I want to ask, because you can always say no, do you consent to treatment?
Well, actually, you better explain what kind of treatment before you go ahead.
What kind?
It's a little bit unsightly. You remember, I think it was about a week and a half ago, maybe. Certain heal.
That's fine.
Yeah.
Go on.
All right.
Just give me something to bite down on.
Son, what were you trying to cast? I mean, more importantly, where did you get the book? Was it?
You know how you gave me
All
the
right.
spent folk guy? I figured out what.
Bite down on this.
Oh.
Somebody make sure she doesn't hit anyone. Mountain Man, I'm gonna use the last dose of Pox Medica.
Did you grab this arm?
Two 15s as you inject this green bile-like ooze into Stern's arm. Everyone will watch as Stern begins to bite down hard enough to crack the wood that they have been given. Stern, the pain is immense. You feel your arm on fire. It is awful, this burning pain that shoots up and down your arm. Everyone will watch as Stern's arm starts to swell with pustules full of glowing green pus. That as soon as they swell to the size of a golf ball, will burst open, and after all of those explosions have finished, Stern's arm is freshly healed, as though it were regrown from a stump, good as new. It's a little pink and sore, and the skin is raw, but hey, it's a perfectly functioning new arm. Stern, you felt all of your bones, all of your flesh eaten away and grown back in the matter of minutes. It was agonizing. It is a treatment you would never wish repeated again.
It's the second time I have it.
So it had been repeated. Oops.
Yeah, I'm gonna be real. I thought you weren't gonna say yes to that. I was quite surprised.
With-
But hey.
And with two 15s, it's successful.
For me.
All right. I
Let's
warned
spit out
you.
the wood.
That's the last dose, though, so don't go messing around again. If you want more, you're gonna have to find Lee, or you're gonna have to find Crimron. They're the only two that have doses right now.
What is that stuff? That
I'm
is
ready to go fix my problem.
disturbing.
Yeah.
Don't ask, don't tell.
I see Fester's not alone in his methods.
That's probably Festus.
And don't ask, don't tell.
In the way that you described it, okay, in the way that you described it, does it look like anything? Does it look like anything like the shit that happened to Rift?
Similar. However, this is unlike any of the magical healing Fester did. It has some subtle differences.
Okay. If I'm going to be honest, as soon as I saw the pustules forming, I thought we were going to have another one of those bites on our hands. Thankfully not.
Believe me, I'm gonna
My
be
heart
real.
sank, I apologize.
Stern's been through something similar once before, and I was trying to tell them, do you consent? To try to get them to say no? Because now they have to go fix their fucking mistake. Now they have to be Califax's fucking pawn for like half an hour. Do you know the shit Califax does to people who he's upset with? I did my best to save them.
That is
Here's
like
the
my
thing.
second time seeing the man and my 1st
I've
time
heard
meeting
not
the man.
to feed. What was the cat? What was the cat octopus name?
Mishka. Califax's
Thank you.
pet, yes.
Okay, if other people can hear from outside, thank you, by the way. I'm gonna whisper this.
Oh, in that case,
You fed
You
that
what?
Fed that cat. I have fed that cat before. He is not found out yet.
don't want to know what happens. Now, on that note, I stopped whispering.
Running out of
What
time.
monkey see, monkey do. Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe I need to get better at subtlety or code words or something like that. But if you ever need to be injured, just like give me me a nod, and I will make sure that nobody treats you. Because sometimes being incapacitated is the best thing you could be. But I'm gonna be real. If Stern went through with that and deliberately put themselves in front of Califax, it's probably important. And I trust Stern's judgment.
They
Stern
are a
is great.
magi,
Stern is
and the rank of magi will be on the table. I know Califax would put that over them.
more than just the rank. It's scary.
It's here. Trying to get into my eye. There.
You know, this reminds me of something. Speaking of pulling rank, have the three of you already voted for the Healers Guild second in command?
Not yet, but I do. I
barely know anyone, so
we're trying to
I don't think I could really vote anyone. So.
Well, I want to know who do you guys want to win?
The person that I want to vote for already has so much on his plate, and I don't want to just put more onto it.
Who?
So I want Reese. I want to ask Reese if he would like to be the second in command. Because a little while ago, he was the de facto person that we all looked to. This was before Doctor reappeared again. He was the one that we went to for leadership, basically. Nobody decided. Nobody said anything. We just did. So.
I mean, that makes sense. Have you ever seen Reese actually heal anyone?
Yes, he is.
Okay.
Pretty skilled at it.
See, I've only met the guy once, right? And he turned into a tiny monkey and was flinging shit at people for like half an hour. It was very disruptive because there were several patients in kind of like urgent conditions. So it was a frustrating experience. And then right after that, some big scary clown man marched in and like was dangling around like a puppet on a marionette. The guy is a little bit of a... No offense, I like him and I'm trying to get him to stand up for himself, but I'm worried about him in this headed position, right? I'm not sure if it would be good for him in the long run. And by extension, good for any of us.
Yeah.
So I was going to cast that. Well, we all have 2 votes, so just so that we're all on the same page, have you considered Lady Ava Beaumont?
No laying in my lap again?
I just wanted you to scooch over.
Oh, they're not interested.
Oh. I don't want to say. I'm trying to remember who that is, because I am terrible with names.
Is the practical healer one? Am I correct?
Yeah, she's the one who gave us surgery lessons just the other day, for those of you who were here for that. And is actually making an effort to teach us how to actually heal people instead of how to go to war against the Daedra, which I think would be nice. Lady Ava's done a lot for this guild. She's healed more people in emergencies than I've seen anybody do. I've seen healers just walk by people who were straight up injured where she would take up the reins even though she was already exhausted by her other business. Now, the only thing that stops me from proposing her entirely as a candidate is that I don't know if she wants to do it. However, were she to, she is a noble. She is a very strong backing, not only within the Healers Guild, but outside of it as well. She has connections with the artisans and the guard that go deep. And as somebody to be in a position of leadership and authority within the guild, I think she would be a skilled and experienced leader, somebody who's used to it, and somebody who already knows the politics of this island, right? And could help protect us if there was a really serious issue going on. Somebody who can act in a crisis. Failing that, the other person that has come to my attention very recently, mainly knowing them because they were incredibly proactive during the Healers Guild trial, they called people out on the stupid, dangerous shit they were doing. and they're consciously cognizant of the most pressing issues we have in the Healers Guild, whether that's the cases where we have too many cooks in the kitchen, whether that's the cases where we have active violence in the guild against the patients, which, you know, not really the best necessarily, or to themselves. You all know who I'm talking about, right? And also somebody who, and this is important, is more open-minded. Because I know that in the Healers Guild, everybody has their own reason for being here, right? Some people are here to help people. Most people are here for their own reasons, of one reason or another. And working with Dr. in that regard can be infuriating, because rather than actually teaching us anything, rather than trying to help, he will go out and get into dick measuring contests with archmages and say, oh, look at this big challenge we're going to have to do now. Oops, or we're going to unleash a plague. If we fail, that will be spread across the entirety of the surrounding realms. And that, to me, is not even, you can like be a shitty person and try to work at the Healers Guild for your own reason. That's one thing. But being somebody who's actively putting the lives of the people I care about in that much danger is entirely another. So it would be nice, I think, to have somebody in a position of leadership.
To actually say exactly that.
Right.
Yeah. The
Point
Healer,
being,
not the Fighters Guilds. Fuck yeah. Sorry, I'm excited.
The people, Reese, I know, is very cuddled up to Doctor, right? Reese won't do anything without Doctor's approval, which is why I'm really worried if they're in a leadership position at this guild, because it will just put us right back where we were, where that maniacal, egotistical tyrant is going to be pushing us around, right? Ava, I'm not sure. Jury's still out on that one, because I know that she is learning alchemy from Doctor, and I know that she wouldn't want to jeopardize that. I also know that she's very kind, very polite, in almost all circumstances, and that she's friends with Doctor. She considers him to be an ally. So might I propose somebody with similar grievances, with a long, rich, years of experience at the Healers Guild, and a general disdain for the nightmarish way that we run things? Dusk.
Hi.
You've all met her. She's competent, she's skilled, she's invested, and I don't know what her goals are, but like everything I've seen up until this point evidences that they're at least aligned with most of ours, right? They're willing to allow us to actually do the work that needs to be done without constantly tripping over bureaucratic paperwork or having rank pulled all over the place where people say, no, you can't heal anybody like that, right? I guarantee you, if Doctor was here, I would have got a lecture for what I just did to Stern, right? And it'd be nice. So my propositions for votes, if you are so inclined to listen, would be the Lady Ava Beaumont, basically a mob boss, a very polite mob boss who is nice to have on our side, or somebody who's fed up with this shit and can actually enact some real change. Dusk. There is my proposal. You are more than welcome to vote as you will. I will not judge you either way, but I'm afraid that if we don't talk about this, if we just all go vote privately and we don't bring up our concerns with the candidates, that we're going to end up in a position where, say, that one person, I don't even remember her name because I've never seen her at any Healers Guild, went off to some council and decided that we're all going to do combat training to fight illusionary danger or something ridiculous like that.
I was very much against that.
If we all split up our votes, if we are all splitting our votes, then Valerie can win.
I teach me once.
Oh yeah, how'd that
only
go?
Got 2 lessons from her. Only got 2 lessons from her.
Are they good at least?
Describe her, please, because I can't remember her.
Do you remember the whitish pink
Harpy.
girl?
Harpy, bird lady,
Gotcha,
yes.
bird lady.
Again, the fact that you guys don't know this person and you don't recognize them doesn't make a good leader, I don't think.
Oh no, I immediately recognized her. I went in
okay, there you
with
go.
her.
I've only heard of her. I've never met her. It's infuriating. And I don't want her to win. Reese, at the very least, puts us exactly in the situation we've been in, right? Reese has been a proponent of the status quo, of doing things by the books for a long time. And I like Reese, and I really want to communicate. Reese is lovely. I would go so far as to say that I adore Reese, and I'm personally invested in people. Stop pushing him around like he's a sack of potatoes. He's going to do whatever you want if you're a little bit scary. Because we are healers, and we should not stand for that treatment. But I also don't think he's in a good position to change anything. But I would much, a million times over, rather have Reese than Valerie in a position of power here. Valerie in a position of power, I guarantee you this is going to turn into a military hierarchy within a matter of weeks. And I'm not here for that.
Fair.
You signed up to become a healer, not a combat medic.
Mm-hmm.
If,
Damn straight.
If I go into the front lines like I did once, I want that to be my decision.
As I would.
I want to be a combat medic. It's just the fact that I've ran out, like, I'm out of commission basically. My bow's broken. And so it's like, yeah.
Because
As I will say, Brissa, you.
Because of this, yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Brissa, you bring up a very good point. We are healers here. Fighting should be our second thing. Another thing to put it is most doctors, I know they bring up the Hippocratic Oath. If you remember that, is you are to heal everyone. It doesn't matter which side they fight for. I can definitely put it forward. If you remember the war in Rove, I had someone that was fighting for the good side show up in Aether and request healing, and of course someone show up from the enemy side. Doesn't matter. They are an injured person, they walk through that door, they need healing. It doesn't matter who they're fighting for, whether it's the good guys or the bad guys. Now, I sure hope I don't see a fucking Daedra walk through that door, but if that's the case and we have to heal a Daedra, you might have to put your morals aside and actually do your damn job.
I've actually had this argument with my master a few weeks ago. It was enlightening, to say the least.
Yeah.
I'm assuming a
It was
Daedra is
just
some type of enemy for y'all?
The Daedra have been a foe only here on the etheric side of the coin. That have, they are basically almost anti-magic in a way.
What was his take on the matter?
Yeah.
That's new.
Yeah, you can definitely ask around and get some more information on them.
Oh! I'm sorry, I forgot them. I'm sorry. I'll wait for them to finish talking, because there's a campaign point I forgot.
Fair.
The two of you, just another thing, because I am campaigning. Policy proposal point on this one is that we get paid. In case that's
Very
something
much
you're
down
interested
for
in,
that.
because let me tell you, sure, I can do certain work here at the guild, but there's a lot of the time that I need to work on a cure for something, and the guild does not subsidize that, and it has to come out of my own pocket, and I have to get money in some pretty extreme ways. So it'd be nice if we actually got paid for the hard work we did.
I was paid once in the Mercenaries Guild, and I've just not needed money since, because it's just...
You've not needed
chaos.
money? How? You're crazy.
Look at me.
I am currently broke.
I'm a homeless man who doesn't
He's
need
a
to pay
hobo.
bills, who doesn't need it. Yeah.
I have been inviting you to live with me for like a week now.
Yeah. And every single time you've invited me over.
Even before.
Welcome to
before we
Aether.
got together.
It's politics all the way down. The Healers
didn't know
Guild isn't
about
the
that
only
part.
place like this. You should hear about the Archmages at some point if you're interested.
There's only a few good archmages out of the group.
Like, I will still try to learn more magic than that, but the whole system here is pretty weird.
I can't teach you to cast magic, but if you're ever interested, I can teach you about magic, because it's something you gotta know when you work in this guild, even if you aren't a magician yourself. Ooh.
I will need to know a few bit. I just only know to use my dark energy with that. Don't know much about healing on dark end.
Yeah, avoid
It's quite
channels
easy
like
to heal.
magic.
It's quite easy to heal with dark. I have actually learned how. I've actually
Sounds like
figured
you
out
got
how
cheap.
to heal with poison as well. So.
Again, see? Fucking genius. That's the other thing about Dusk, is they're smart.
Yes, healing with poison. Everyone stares at you and like, how the fuck are you doing that? I'm like, you just learn. You just experiment. Same thing with alchemy. You learn by doing. Don't let others teach you. That's how I did it, at least.
Right. Now, that all being said, you say they're good archmages, ones you actually like? That's new.
Archmage of Darkness, I'm okay with Califax, so Archmage of Soul, the Archmage of Life, Archmage of Earth. If you can ignore Seamus, he's fine. He's not really problematic. Yeah, Fester's not. He's egotistical. Look, Seamus is just chaotic, that's all. So, if you can understand chaos, yes. He only uses his powers to have fun.
I don't know if everybody's just fucking with me, but is the whale the actual Archmage of Water?
Yes.
Yes.
Welcome back, Stern. Do you need more healing?
No, I fixed the ley line.
With respect to the Archmage of Water, it is an animal that is very powerful, and it was a very controversial pick because the Council of Archmages has to approve it in a certain sense, right? The two council members of the Archmage of Water are a marine biologist and a astrologist, right? And they always cancel out each other's votes because they're constantly fighting because neither of them can decide whether the Archmage of Water is a sea creature or a space creature.
Thank you.
So that's what Archmage politics is like. But yes, it's an animal so far as I can tell.
Utterly fucked, aren't we?
Yeah, Archmages are fucked. Lovely, right?
Some space creature.
Speaking of an archmage,
The whale.
Hi. Hi, Califax.
Sorry, I love to gossip.
And scare Lazuli. Yeah, I think everyone likes to do that as well.
You're the exception. You're the good one.
She's always on edge. Like I said, Califax is good once you get to know him.
Yeah, we were just talking about it, right? You even came and talked to me and warned me about all kinds of dangerous stuff.
Yes, the amount of times I've had to talk to this man and get
I would be. I would just be careful about the other archmages.
What about
I have experiments I'm doing that don't involve this island, and I don't need anyone else's help for my experiments. But some of the archmages enjoy having hapless and unsuspecting people assist them in their research. More so as test subjects than as assistants.
Well, that's fun. The biggest air quotes I can find.
No, people are doing some crazy shit out there. I heard earlier about a process called soul removal. Crazy, right?
Oh yes, one of my favorite spells is actually Soul Rend.
Oh yeah? How fun is that?
Oh, it's effectively a 9th level spell wherein I use my magic to latch onto someone else's soul, completely strip the coating of the conduits that keep your magic inside, and forcefully reintegrate your soul into the ley lines, returning you to the magic that makes you. Very useful.
Oh yeah, that's super fucking useful. I don't suppose there's some less violent way to do that. I can't last night's level spells.
Spirit, all it does is disintegrate the body. Your mind and spirit will move on to the afterlife normally.
Instead of beating around the bush, you might as well just ask him.
That's so terrifying death.
Because it's very much fucking
it's
used
not
to.
painful at all. It's instant.
Well, what about other options for soul removal? Because like I'm not a 9th level mage such as your esteemed self.
I suppose one of the easier ways to do it would be through a ritual of soul transference.
Oh yeah?
Oh, you have to be
a ritual.
You have to be rather careful with soul transference rituals. You have to maintain such delicate concentration, and you have to be very well versed in what a soul looks like and how to handle one carefully as not to accidentally rupture any of the lining of soul magic, keeping the magic together.
Mm-hmm. I mean, if you're removing the soul anyway, like, who cares about the magic, right?
Well, the magic of the soul feeds the body. Without the magic of the soul, the body deteriorates. Our magic keeps us alive. Without magic, we do die.
Now you see the
Okay,
point.
but like how long? Like 70, 80 years? Somewhere in there?
If you completely drain yourself of magic, most people will die of a heart attack near instantly.
No,
the strain on the body, having to manage the strain of the body without magic is intense. It's possible to have your soul disconnected and stored elsewhere. That's how a lich and their phylactery works. Their soul is not in the body. It is kept in the phylactery. However, they run into the same issue. Their soul is no longer in the body, which provides some of the method of homeostasis that allows the soul to regulate mana. So in the phylactery, they must feed it the power of other souls. And honestly, the deal of a phylactery in lichdom is awful. It's 1,000 souls a year, or you turn into a demi-lich, which is a barely sentient skull with gems for eyes.
Ugh, sounds dreadful. Aw, souls are so funny though, aren't they?
There are so many better ways to extend your lifespan a few thousand years than lichdom.
Well, do you use that soul rend of yours to feed Mishka? Is that how you pull it off? It seems like a very favorite spell of yours.
Soul rend isn't actually useful for feeding Mishka. No, I have to specifically go through spells meant to, like Soul Jar, to remove a soul and store it. I feed Mishka 2 soul jars a day.
For sure.
However,
So do the people you take it from just...
It also captures the spirit as well, so Mishka is also... Mishka's fed a 50-50 mix of soul and spirit.
Gotcha. Oh, what a very carefully calibrated diet. Oh, wow. I love you, Archmage Califax. You are such an ingenious person, and I'm glad that you're in charge.
Just ask him, why don't you?
I got an answer.
Yeah, you got your answer. The answer that we've been telling you this entire time.
You're fine. Oh. Don't worry, it's sheathed. Just doesn't look like
I wanted to apologize for coming on strong for earlier. Really didn't want Lazuli to lose self.
Look, I appreciate the concern, and I know that you're all very worried about me, but I am a professional, and I know what I'm doing. I appreciate. I'm used to criticism, but it's gonna be okay. I got the situation under control.
I'm a professional. I know what I'm doing.
Yeah, so is going to still sell soul.
Oh, you're talking about selling a soul. That's completely different. When you sell your soul... No, So selling a soul is very different than removing a soul. Your soul you are autonomous. You own your soul. You are able to influence and impart your will onto it. That is how we are able to use magic. It's imparting our will on the forces that be. Selling your soul is giving up the rights to access that capacity. Most who sell their soul are giving up the rights to use the magic and access the magic that is innate to them. There are also people who sell their soul and also physically give it up, and it is stored elsewhere. It is then the owner's job to maintain the soul, keep it alive, but in return, they get access to all of the magic and rights of use of it.
Just the magic, though. Would the person selling the soul stay alive and be well?
As long as the person who owns it is keeping up their end of the bargain and actively caring for the soul, making sure it's maintaining homeostasis. There are, I would say, there are disreputable soul merchants, such as imps normally can't be trusted with souls. They don't have the power to maintain them. They normally act as middlemen. So I would never personally hand my soul off to an imp. I would always ask to speak to the supervisor.
Of course, that sounds quite reasonable. And this imparting will, right? So the will, that's just the magic, right? Not the rest of the spirit body and all that.
No. Your mind, your body, and your spirit are separate from your soul. Yeah. The soul is speaking to the foundation of magic that your body is made of. Your body needs to regulate magic. It does that through the soul. Your spirit is the ephemeral collection of experiences. It's the echo of yourself that will sometimes move or pass on. Or sometimes it will stick around as a revenant or a spirit, a ghost of some kind. The mind is the you that I am speaking to right now, and the body is what we see.
Right. Okay. That's super cool. No, I imagine then you probably buy souls a lot for Mishka. It can't be that expensive, right?
I actually don't buy souls. I have to soul trap and soul cage.
Dang, that's annoying. If you were to buy them, how expensive would that be?
If I fed Mishka the soul, it would kill the person. I'd be in violation of the agreement.
Right.
Soul is magic. It's pure magic. So, for example, here, hold on, give me a second. You're gonna watch as he pulls out what looks like a small lantern. This is a soul jar. Or a soul cage. Inside this little wisp here is a soul. The light you see is not the soul itself, but more so the magic that it is releasing as it regulates itself. The soul itself is metaphysical and can't be seen. This is just a physical phenomenon that we are able to observe, that hints at the presence of a soul. That's what most will-o-wisps are. Now then, using a soul cage, you can use it as a place of any material components for spells, verbal, somatic material. This can take the place of any component for a spell, and additionally, you can use it to heal yourself from mana burns. You can use them to take the brunt of miscasts. They're incredibly useful and versatile. You can also use them as a magical sacrifice for rituals that need large amounts of mana. It's actually quite easy to harvest the soul from something you were going to kill anyway. It's just a simple spell known as a soul trap. But normally you need a specific gem to do that, and that's actually the most common use for soul gems.
Pricey, I imagine.
Not terribly so, but also not cheap.
Actually, no,
I
that's
make my own. Yes.
Oh yeah.
Then, let's say taking somebody's soul doesn't do anything, no harm, so long as the soul is still functional.
As long as you care for
it. What happens if the person has a physical condition, like their body builds up mana and they have to discharge it, or
that's a dysregulation of the soul. Those are very complicated to treat. Normally it's a rather complex medical examination wherein you have to literally examine every inch of the conduits in their body, figure out where blockages are, and try to fix them. It could take hours, if not months.
But what happens when you remove that from a person? Does that still affect them somehow? Or
the soul is still regulating the magic for the body. If you are removing it wholesale and cutting the connection between the soul and the body, they will die. That goes without question. What I assume you're saying is transferring the soul and moving it out in a way that doesn't kill the body, such as a soul transference or selling the soul. Doing that, it's still the same soul that is providing the body with mana. It will still cause all of the same issues. It will just be now also no longer in the body that would allow it to maintain magic properly. So you would then have to carefully care for a damaged soul, which is even harder than a normal one.
Wonderful. That's super cool. Thank you for all of this, Califax. It sounds like a super fun hobby, you know? Crazy. Wild that the soul market exists and
It's
soul
not a
trap is so
hobby.
readily available.
It's really not a hobby.
Oh, I thought that was what your deal with Mishka was.
No,
I
my
thought
deal
Mishka
with
was just
Mishka was
a
I would.
This like
Mishka
modern blacksmith. Oh yeah, this blacksmith hobby is nice. This is the man's like lifeblood.
To speak plainly, my deal with Mishka is a rather simple one. It is through my and Yaga's permission that they remain on the prime material plane. In return, Mishka acts as our familiar, shared familiar. We have shared custody of Mishka. Mishka acts as our familiar. Mishka will do all the services of a familiar for us. In turn, we care for Mishka, protect them from the Tower of Purgation, and effectively treat them as a pet cat. They really like
I didn't know
being a
Mishka
cat
had
for
a
some
second
reason.
parent.
Yes,
I
Yaga,
thought it
my
was just
ex-wife.
you. Yaga. Ah, okay, wonderful.
The
Is it
Archmage of Arcade.
still... Ah, gotcha. Okay, wow, that's super fascinating. I had no idea. Mishka's must be so lucky to have two parents. What a happy proverbial
Aether,
cat that
but
must be.
Mishka likes being on Aether because it's more interesting, but he prefers Yaga's cooking.
Wait, cooking? I thought they were on a soul-based diet. You cook souls?
They are! Yaga's a hack.
Oh.
What? Do you cook souls? Like,
oh, yeah.
with, like,
Yaga brews a wonderful stewed soul.
Right, okay, that's what I figured. It must be very nutritious.
Just a really complicated organ. Okay, I got it.
It's an organ without a physical presence, yes.
So, wait,
Hiram.
eating a soul would be bad, or...
Don't worry, I've been
No, it's
deterred.
perfectly fine to eat a soul. So, here, I can actually... Here, follow me. I can show you all. I'm not as good at it as Yaga, but I could definitely make a stewed soul if you'd like to see how.
I'm curious now.
Yes, this going in here will work just fine.
Yeah.
Anyone who really wants to see, I'm offering
Dangerous, man.
In this.
some genuine cooking.
Fair.
When's the last time any of you have had soul food?
Never.
I've never had soul food before.
Actually, let's see.
Soul music, but soul food?
It's quite good, actually.
This will be new.
Yeah.
For everyone watching, this seems like a fairly normal dish. It starts with potatoes, onion, fairly basic ingredients. And as Califax grabs various bottles, wines, sauces, seasonings, the ingredients slowly get stranger when he adds something like dusted mana crystal, or adds a strange dark red liquid that smells metallic. You're pretty sure it's a type of blood. And
I was just gonna
finally,
try to read. Is that labeled? The blood?
you will see it is a strange. You say it, or you see it as a strange ingredient labeled as oh God, what is it? Arcanum Demiglaze.
Smells good.
You can admit that it smells like blood.
Hey,
not an
blood
idiot.
smells good. And there's also the potatoes and the onions too. It's very aromatic.
Yes, well.
Metallic.
That will fade as it cooks off. The aromatics will leave. Alan, time for the real interesting part. You're going to watch as Califex opens the soul cage, takes out the wisp, and as his own magic flares up, you'll watch as he spreads out this fire into a strange, almost, this burning light spreads out across the table into a sheet that he then begins to separate and cut into strips of pure silvery light. And as he puts it into the dish, or into the cauldron, the whole thing starts to glow silver. Like a spotlight as he stirs it. And it slowly dims into a nice, comforting glow. And as he finishes cooking, the stewed soul, you see that it is basically a gumbo.
Wow.
Except this is a gumbo that glows, that is putting off silver light.
Is that edible?
I didn't know you were a chef.
In fact, pick up a skill of 5 when you live for 7,000 years.
What?
This effectively acts as a mana potion.
You know what?
Huh?
Yeah, go on, try some. I'll watch.
Yes. Go on here. I'll serve up a plate.
Okay.
Okay.
I must warn you, my cooking's not as good as Yaga's, so it might be a bit bland.
Yeah.
With a 19, as you take the first bite, even though he claims it's bland, it is perhaps one of the most potent flavors you've ever had. This gumbo is very heavily seasoned, but it's good. There you are.
Oh my
As a mana potion, because it'd be funny. I usually give these away, but I'm going to try this.
I think that might be. These are large chunks of potato.
Oh. Okay.
They might get stuck.
Bland. It's heavily seasoned.
Really good.
How's your pulse?
Thank you, by the way.
Everyone who eats this is basically eating a
feeling
mana
okay?
potion.
Yeah, I feel good.
Here you are.
Okay for me. So this is the second time I've seen people mix mana with food.
You are.
I ate someone's arm before.
Actually.
No, I threw that away because I was worried that you would get freaking Kuru. I'm not gonna let you get Kuru.
Portion.
Fair.
Probably be my last food before I go to hell.
What? I didn't cook it.
Go.
No,
I cooked it.
Yeah. Okay, I don't remember that.
Yeah, no one
You just
sees that I
slowly-
go inside the building.
For you,
And I took a few minutes to actually cook the.
For you, it actually be extra nourishing due to your physiology.
It wasn't raw.
You're whispering.
You're whispering.
Whispering.
Bell and whisper.
Bowman, affinity check on the plate of food that Remy had. Is it have any particular affinity to it?
Right now, it is soul affinity.
Soul affinity, I would riot.
Wow, the soul is soul affinity.
Imagine blowing
Amazing.
up due to eating food.
I don't even know if
It's
there's
soul
Just see
food. What
Barista
would you expect?
slowly
That'd be
doing the
funny.
dog lapping up.
If you could eat something of the
I don't know what
opposite
to do.
affinity.
Do the tongue.
Yeah.
I can write down a base. It's basically just a gumbo recipe that you
before.
can,
It actually sticks.
add in crystal mana crystal dust.
Dogs actually use
And
dogs
a demi-glazed arcanum to help
Yeah.
bind and emulsify the soul into the broth. Demi-glazed arcanum is very expensive, however. I recommend making it yourself. I recommend making it yourself by
worried that the lesson
getting
is
any
lost
sort of
when I
magical beast and effectively making a broth out of its bones and reducing that over and over. It's better if you add the marrow.
Marrow? I think I'll talk to that one merchant I met.
Oh, marrow broth, it was so good.
Not sure.
Yeah.
It takes forever to make demi-glaze. It takes a week of boiling it down.
You said the last time you
It takes
had
forever, but
it
it's
was
worth
80
it.
years ago, right?
It takes forever, but it's worth it, and it's so much cheaper than buying it. If you just buy the bones of a carcass, buy some manticore bones. Manticores have a wonderful flavor to impart in demi-glazed arcanum.
Might be back. A hair is found.
Okay.
Oh.
So it's not like it's gonna hurt you or anything.
I'll be there in a second.
No, it's quite delicious.
This is really good.
As I actually have to make a roll for Rem.
Are you sure you don't
Oh,
want
yeah,
to try
she should-
any of that, Lazuli?
Oh, I'm
Don't
quite
try
positive.
Yaga's. She's a wonderful cook. Mine's rather bland in comparison.
Still quite great.
Holy!
If this
Are
is
you
yours.
quite alright?
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Well, they are a chaos mage, and chaos mages and souls, you should know at least yourself.
Yes, well, it wouldn't be that violent of a reaction.
Might be different
Maybe
for
it's like
hers.
super spicy or something.
Was it good?
You good?
I didn't spice it that much. I only added an entire pepper.
No, I meant like because the chaos soul thing. It just.
I see what you mean.
Oh.
Well, there you go. You insulted for your cooking. Said it was bland. Alright.
I knew it was bland.
Well, it was actually quite good.
Hey, Rem.
It is really good.
That might have been the problem.
Yeah, it is like
The
extremely
chaos
good.
thing, it tastes bland.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Hey, but if you.
Why is Rem being out?
That's why I say you should really try Yaga's cooking. The hag, she can work a
I'm just
cauldron
happy that
better
I'm
than
your friend.
any mortal hands.
I'm sorry you had to go so long without it.
Hey, I'm actually.
It sounds like annoying. It sounds like you really enjoyed that.
Enjoyed what?
The food that you just ate.
Oh, right. It was a little bit bland. Was
little
flavor,
bland.
though.
Next time then. Thank you for the lesson, Califax. How kind of you.
I'm much more of a barbecue sort of man. I can make a mean barbacoa if I do say so myself. But yes, let me tell you, nothing tastes better than after you've buried it in a bed of coals underground for an hour.
Ooh.
Yes. Personally, I like the taste of specifically bog or swamp barbacoa, but I know that imparts a taste that most people find off-putting. But well,
Did you eat any?
it's their own. You don't have to be worried. It's perfectly safe to eat.
Oh yeah, no, I know.
About the moral implications of you eating.
Seemed quite good.
You can at least
nah.
It was.
you can still at least talk to him and actually ask him about some advice if you're still worried about it.
Regardless, yes, no,
I'm already walking a fine line.
Mishka prefers Yaga's cooking. In that regard, Yaga just has a way of making a soul taste better. I don't know how she does it. I've always suspected she dry ages them.
You can dry age a soul.
Why don't you
Yes,
ask
you
her?
effectively. Well, currently she's busy. Always busy. Also, she's very secretive of her cooking recipes. I spent, 5,000 years married to her on and off, and even now I don't know half of her recipes.
Oh.
Sounds like marriage.
Well. Regardless to say, we both keep our own secrets. I'm never going to tell her how to brew amberwing tea in the exact way that my family did it. Just as she's not going to tell me how her coven specifically prepares their ingredients for cauldron craft spells. It's just a thing we accept.
Mutual understanding.
After all, we teach our kids these things so that they know, but we won't teach each other.
Califax has kids.
Oh, yeah, I have plenty. Let's see. By now, they've probably had kids of their own and so on, I believe. I believe the lineage has gone down 50 generations by this point.
Wow.
My God.
It's been what? 5,000 years? Assuming each one lives to 100?
Julian was the oldest thing I've met. Wow.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Child compared to you. I am in awe.
Most of you are, yes.
Yeah.
I'm just pretty sure it's still baby in comparison to that.
I think if Califax wasn't included, I'd probably be the oldest one here, but...
Maybe. Of course, I'm not the oldest thing in existence, though, no. Karan has me beat by a few tens of thousands of years. Archmage of Death? Yes, the Archmage of Death. He's been around. He's the first Archmage of Death. He's never changed or given up his position.
Oh, that sounds really annoying. Have you
You say the
tried?
first Archmage, but is there other
Death Archmages? Archmage of Dark.
Yes, I'm the Archmage of Soul, Karan is the Archmage of Death, Seamus is Archmage of Chaos, but in a to answer a different question, in case I've misunderstood, I'm the third Archmage of Soul to have held the position.
Oh.
There were two others before me. The last one retired. Yes, the last one retired about 12,000 years ago. And the one before that died in natural causes, I believe, at the age of 40,000? I don't remember. Something of the sort. The first Archmage of Soul was an elemental.
Huh.
Makes
That's
sense.
funny enough. I didn't realize. I kind of
Yeah.
assumed that the Archmages has always been around. I didn't really think there was a time before them.
No, in fact, we actually have no current Archmage of Fire. We're currently looking over the current nominations, and we're going to be seeing on if we can fill that slot before the end of the millennia.
Oh,
It's an
yeah.
election process.
To die before then.
And we've actually not had a Archmage of Nature for the last several thousand years. I believe almost 8,000 now. The position is supposed to be filled once the druids of all of the druidic circles put forth a nomination that they agree on. And they can't agree on one. And they just vote for themselves. So no one gets nominated. And none of them agree on any of their votes. So we've effectively not had an Archmage of Nature for 7,000 years.
This new fandangled
Over
democracy thing
7,000 years.
doesn't make sense.
It's always, well, it's not a democracy, it's a meritocracy. Those
guess. I mean,
are
for them
already
it is.
in there. Well, for them it's a council unto themselves. We gave them the seat for it would be safe. It would be a little disrespectful, but accurate to call it a cabal. They all try to make sure their circle is the one in charge of all the other circles, effectively. So they're all gunning for the same slot, and none of them will acquiesce. In fact, that's why Talda actually broke off and became the Archmage of Blight.
Yeah, I was gonna say, they're better at finding Archmages for their non-assigned affinities than they are for their own. That's kind of funny.
Well, Talda is a Blight mage. Most druids of the Circle of Spores are Blight in affinity.
Fascinating.
Yeah. It's like how most druids of Wildfire are fire affinity. In fact, one of the nominees is the Archdruid of the Wildfire Circle. However, he's every few years he tries to apply, but he doesn't have a magnum opus, so we can't actually grade his acumen.
Annoying.
Yes.
So,
I suppose
here's a strange question, because I've noticed. So there are archmages for all the affinities, right?
Ideally, we would have one for each.
I remember heading to Redwall and meeting someone who was claiming themselves to be the
Archmage of Earth, Baron.
Archmedikai,
No.
yeah. I hate that man.
What?
Oh, so.
Oh, that asshole.
So
Yeah,
there are
thank
positions.
I don't like
so,
that man.
Me neither.
there are. For example, there are Archmagi, pinnacle of the mages. We are pinnacles of our craft, and we embody the affinity we represent. It is our job as the Council of Archmages to make rulings as an unbiased and neutral party on magical law, and determine what spells are ethical enough to be used and which ones cannot be used safely. Nuclear magic, for example, is not a safe enough magic to be allowed for public use. It's too dangerous. Even the Archmage of Decay has not found a way to make nuclear magic non-damaging to the ley lines.
So that means
Good.
in that sense, then, for like the healers, they have their own arch style.
Yes, they have the Archmedicae. Yes, the Archmedicae are the forefront of medical knowledge. They're called Archfabrica. They're the ones who are at the forefront of craftsmanship, artisan work. Some of the topmost alchemists are Archfabrica.
What would the difference be between the Archmage of Nature and the Archdruidica be?
There's no
Would there be any
Archdruidica.
difference?
There's not an,
Wait,
so,
then what is?
so there's Archdruids. Archdruids are a position of leadership over a druidic circle.
Oh, my mistake.
Yes, so the Archdruid is a position of tenure and experience in a druidic circle. Effectively, think of a druidic circle, as one of the largest guilds to ever exist. It is a group of people who strive towards a common goal, that being the preservation of nature through a means that they all agree is the proper way, which also fundamentally means they disagree with every other circle of druidicism.
Or we are considering.
Yes, they all believe I'm Lord Depositing Spirit.
I think you're needed.
I am needed. However, I can answer maybe one or two more questions before I must
No, take your
disappear.
time. We're chatting. It's fine.
I'll kill you.
Rude spirit. Dang.
I am haunted by the dead, apparently.
I'm haunted by my inner thoughts.
Anyways, thinking to the existential crisis that my time on this earth is nothing compared to anything else, I'm going to go to bed. Thank you for your time.
I see.
Thank you for the soup.
Very well. Yes.
Do you wish to join me?
I will join you.
Have fun, you lovebirds.
Thank you, we will.
Yeah.
Not in that way.
You probably should in that way. Couldn't see it? They were cuddling. They were cuddling on a bed in the Healers Guild. You couldn't see it.
Ram was too short. Can't see through window.
They were cuddling when you showed up.
Yeah.
That being said,
Those two are together all the time.
yes, there are, I believe, in order, it is, well, the Archmages are the, Archons of Magi. The Archblades are the Archons of, martial prowess. Archfabrica are the Archons of, craftsmanship. The Archdiplomica, yes, the Diplomica are the Archons of negotiation, speechcraft, and mercantilism. The Archtactica are the Archons of wilderness survival, wardenship, and ranged prowess. And am I forgetting any? Oh yes, and the Archmedica are the foremost Archons of medical knowledge. Personally, I hate every last one of the Archblades. They're all a bunch of stone-headed, block-headed, muscle-bound fools. The worst of the mundane.
That's never fun.
Oh, they're mundane. I would have expected that.
Well, they're all a bunch of brain-dead fighters, the lot of them.
Ah, yeah.
Makes sense. They are the fighters of the fighters.
Yes.
So what do you call an a fighter that knows how to use magic then?
Spellblade.
Now, or I have to go rest because I'll be going to hell tomorrow, so.
Did you need me? We can do it.
I
If you
didn't
need me.
ask. Well, I did ask you for a talk, but if you want to save it for next time. I don't know if I'll. Well, that's if I even come back, because it's hell we're talking about. It's not actually.
Oh, please, don't be so dramatic. The hells aren't that bad.
They seem alright.
I've been there a number. It does depend on which level, but I've been there a number of times.
Okay.
I have a few friends of mine who are
Figure my point on the whole soul stuff was a bit far. Yeah.
I won't try it. It sounds like it won't solve my problem if my soul is really damaged. Damn.
Your soul's damaged. The point that I'm making is I was tampered with. When you say you have a choice on your soul, when I didn't really have one on mine. That's what I would.
Alright.
I'm not offended in any way. I'm just. Like.
I understand better now.
You've been vouching for me so much with this whole election stuff and things, and I'm just here, just trying to make sure everyone gets through. Just before this, I was
Good
watching
leader.
someone dying in my hands.
Join the club.
Yeah, but we were fighting Umbros. Not the same.
Ugh.
Don't worry, we're all fine. Everyone's alive. But that's kind of why I was distant,
Ripley?
and I...
It's a bad time.
At the moment, yes.
2 minutes.
I'm sorry for leaving myself unguarded so that you could have trouble bestowed upon you. I was unguarded for that because of it.
We'll find a way to deal with it.
I'm not 100% sure if the voices will go away, but if they do, just ignore them to the best of your abilities and find me if you can.
I'll do my best. Understood.
Right,
Now,
I'm gonna go
before
rest.
they meander off, I need to have a good rest. I need to intercept somebody before they head out of here.